Okay, let's try this. Does that work? There we go. All right. I was trying to do a multi-stream this morning. I was trying to stream to Twitch, Kick, Facebook, all that stuff. But for some reason, when I tried and I enabled all of it, it didn't want to launch. It launched, but it wasn't launching. Like it wasn't showing on YouTube. So I had to cancel everything. I guess we'll have to test it another time. But anyway, good morning. Hope you guys are doing good. It's Friday. The recovery efforts are still happening with the boat. I mean, with the aircrafts. We're going to cover some of the updates. And there's some people that are upset with Trump. Trump's come up. People are upset. Maybe it's not meant to be multi-streaming. I had all this stuff planned out. I changed the video settings, everything. And I usually stream in 4K straight to YouTube. But these other platforms can't handle 4K, so I did 1080 today. You guys let me know how it looks. Does it look the same? Does it look any different? I'm streaming in 1080 now, lesser quality, but I don't know if it really makes a difference when you're watching on your cell phone. Maybe the TV makes a difference. But most people's devices downgrade the bitrate to 720, the resolution. I don't know if you can tell a difference or not, but maybe I'll look later. You haven't been getting notifications, Jasmine? You should. This morning I have notifications. Yesterday, for most of the day, I don't think I had notifications. Let me see. Yeah, this morning you should have got a notification just now. So I want to play this clip. Let me play this. I ran into this morning. And they're mad. Oh, they're mad. They're really mad about the comments that Trump has made. I guess with DEI.
Who did not attempt whatsoever to wait for those facts.
Listen to this lady beginning.
Happens. It's now my honor to yield to Congresswoman Clark.
Uh-oh. Mama.
Let me thank the leader. His leadership has been tremendous in Washington, D.C., and certainly right here in Brooklyn. Good morning and greetings to everyone. I'm Congresswoman Clark, and I'm chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus and proud representative of New York's 9th Congressional District right here in Central and Southwest Brooklyn. Let me thank the leader once again for convening today's press conference, and thank you to everyone who has come out.
Trump's in trouble.
Our advocates and joined us in this solemn moment in our nation. As the leader stated, the mid-air collision involving American Airlines Flight 5342 and an Army helicopter is devastating beyond words. I'm extraordinarily grateful to the first responders who are doing everything they can to help under extremely difficult circumstances. And as we continue to receive updates and uncover precisely why this terrible incident came to pass, allow me to echo Leader Jeffries in saying our hearts and our prayers are with all those who lost their loved ones in this terrible accident. And while we do that, while we wait for the absolute truth of the matter, it is with great and righteous indignation that I recognize the comments and actions of one individual in particular who did not.
Who do you guys think the individual is?
Not attempt whatsoever to wait for those facts. The individual who, rather than emphasize with the families of the 67 victims of his heartbreaking disaster, attempt to unify a grieving country, or even offer his prayers, chose to capitalize on this tragedy by furthering his racist, insane agenda against.
So they're saying his comments were racist, the DEI comments that he made. But, we did pull up the information yesterday that they did have this type of incentive for, I forgot the exact phrases or words, severely intellectually disabled people, or like, I forgot the words. There was some type of initiative that they were doing that, which was kind of shocking to me. A little shocking. Why would they go for that, but
against America's diverse employees. Our repugnant president, Donald Trump, chose to address a nation in mourning with only fiction and white supremacist ideologies yesterday.
God.
He spun that fiction for one reason, and one reason alone, and that is to further his administration's purge of America's minority employees. Again and again, this president has reiterated that if you're black, brown, Latino, LGBTQIA, a woman, or belong to any marginalized community in this country, he truly believes you stole your job. And he believes you deserve to have it taken away. Whether you voted for him or not, if you're a marginalized American, Donald Trump prefers you unemployed and under his boot.
Oh, shoot.
He'll politicize any tragedy and abandon any decency to hammer that point home. And he will continue with the lies. He will continue with the vilification and demonization. He will continue with this madness until our republic is a white and as male as this administration can bend and break the law to make it.
So like I said, they're really upset. I saved this because I sat here this morning and I'm like, let me, I started doing my normal routine, looking up clips and stuff. And I just happened to play the video at this portion. Like it just happened to be live at the moment. And I'm like, pause. I'm going to save it for you guys. I said, pause. Stop right there because we got to watch this together. I knew they were going to get really upset and stuff about this. And by the way, in a little while, they're supposed to be having this former instructor of helicopter chief lost in DC. Crash speaks. So some type of instructor is supposed to be talking soon. It hasn't started yet. So when that starts, we're going to listen to that too. And on the left, or kind of like in the main screen, this is the recovery efforts. And they did recover the black box, and that's being inspected. And there's a couple of cool videos that I've seen we're going to check out on how they, there's a new video, the crash. And then there's another one that Lily posted. I'm kind of looking at it. It says part 3. Oh, she posted all the parts. We're going to take a look at this really interesting video too that she posted a couple hours ago. Like it's like an animated thing of the plane and helicopter crash. So, yeah.
His slew of illegal, unconstitutional executive orders prove just this. But I believe the opposition we have seen from our communities proves something else too. We saw with his recent failed attempt to suspend all federal funding that would have resulted in food being taken from the mouths of babies and seniors, health care being taken from cancer patients, aid being taken from our sworn allies, and other irreparable and incomprehensible harms, the American people will not stand by as their president disregards their needs and inflicts devastating impacts on their livelihood to benefit himself and his wealthy friends. The American people will not stand by as bullies and bigots try to overthrow devoted public servants trying to make their lives better. The American people will not stand by as a wannabe dictator chooses cruelty over the Constitution. The American people will not stand by, and neither will we. So let me thank the leader once again. His leadership is tremendous in this moment of opposition. We, as a Democratic caucus, stand firmly behind our leader as we navigate through these very troubling times. With that, I yield back to our leader.
Who's the leader?
Thank you, Congresswoman Yvette Clark. Meals on Wheels, Head Start, public safety programs like violence interruption initiatives and grants to police officers and firefighters.
Okay, yeah, that was the clip that I wanted to show you with that. Let me see.
We are impacted by these cuts. It will be devastating for an already vulnerable population.
BSECDC when she was 3 years old. They taught her so many things. Our children.
We need leadership.
And her mother had
okay, so here's some of the more of the victims. names have been coming out, and
It's not officially confirmed the names
pictures.
of all 67 victims on that flight yet, but it's a lot of the officials in the area and family members and close family friends who are coming forward with information. In this case, the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission had announced and confirmed the passing of Tur, saying she was a beloved member of the Tucker Road ice rink over in Prince George's County, Maryland, said to be one of 4 elite youth skaters from the region attending the U.S. Figure Skating National Development Camp in Wichita, Kansas, and that's like a launch pad for athletes vying for the Olympics. We were also told both she and her mother died. We are seeing a lot of people express the grief. If you've ever been part of a sporting family, you know that a lot of these athletes and their parents come together, and especially with the higher level of competition, they're spending hours practicing together. They travel together. When it comes to ice skating, I mean, these are pretty incredible, talented kids. It's hard to get up after falling on the ice, and they do so over and over again, trying to reach their Olympic figure skating goals. We did hear from some folks outside of the ice rink yesterday. I want to play some of that for you now.
I haven't stopped crying all day. I mean, it's just been, it's unimaginable. I just can't, it's terrible. It's just a terrible, horrible thing, and I feel so badly for all these people and the skating community.
As a family, I think the skating community, again, is very close, whether they're skating here or a neighboring rink. They compete against each other. They're friends on the ice when they're competing. They're friends on the ice when they're training. And together, you support each other, and that's how we hope to get through it.
Let me give you some of the updates to this morning. Everybody, welcome. If you could hit the like button, please, that helps me out. Appreciate that. Some of the updates I was looking at. Just had it here. Let's see. Okay, so more than 40 bodies recovered from the river, and officials said flight conditions were clear as the jet arrived. We know that too. The Black Hawk, they're saying, was training to evacuate government VIPs in an emergency. So that's what the training was. That night, the Black Hawk training. They didn't get too into details because they say it's classified, but it was supposed to be to evacuate government VIPs. That was the training that night. They came out with a timeline too. DC plane crash timeline: 5:18 Central. American Airlines flight 5342 departs from Wichita Dwight Eisenhower National Airport for Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. At 8:40 p.m. Eastern, the flight began to descend into DCA, the airport from the south. 8:48 p.m. Eastern, air traffic control official asked Black Hawk pilot whether he can see the commercial aircraft less than 30 seconds before the crash. So there was a 30-second period there. And then at 8:53 p.m. Eastern, DC Metropolitan Police Department receives phone calls reporting a plane crash. 11 a.m. Eastern, flights resume. So flights are back, happening again. 8:39 p.m. Eastern. So this is the timeline for the helicopter. Oh, I guess in between I didn't see that. 8:39 p.m. Eastern, the Black Hawk helicopter departs from Fort Belvoir as part of a training exercise. So they departed at 8:39, the Black Hawk, and at 8:40 the plane was descending into the airport. At 8:46, air traffic controllers asked the flight 4342 to land on the runway 33, and pilots acknowledged the order. 8:46 p.m. That happened then, and then at 8:48 p.m. air traffic control asked the Black Hawk, can they see the plane? That's less than 30 seconds before the plane crash. At 8:48 p.m. is when they collided together. So literally 30 seconds before, that's when air traffic control says, hey, can you see that plane? And then boom. So not much time. And they're also claiming that an NTSB member says that we know where the Black Hawk helicopter's black boxes are. And Trump, which I played the clip earlier in the stream, he's catching heat. They're upset. They're angry with him. Because Trump asserts Black Hawk was flying too high by a lot. It was far above the 200-foot limit. That's not really too complicated to understand. Is it? Trump said on Truth Social. NTSB member Todd Inman was asked by Fox Business this morning about whether the helicopter's altitude played a role in the crash. And he said, right now, we've not ruled anything out. Okay. And this is more news if you guys haven't heard about this, which is kind of crazy. Or maybe it's not. 2 planes aborted landings at the very same airport where this crash happened, right over the river. 2 planes aborted landings at DCA due to helicopters in flight path in the week before the crash. So maybe this is something that was kind of like a long time coming. It's a busy airspace. It's crazy. Military helicopters flight forced at least 2 planes to abort landings at the Reagan National Airport in the week before the deadly crash. On Tuesday night, just one day before the collision between American Airlines flight and Army Black Hawk helicopter, a different plane alerted the air traffic control tower that it had to abort its landing to avoid collision with a helicopter. Yet another plane arriving at DCA from Charlotte scrubbed its landing on January 23rd because of a helicopter. This is something that's been happening over and over, and they've been having to cancel the landings. Doesn't seem like air traffic controllers really been helping out. They should be the ones, hey, this is happening. Hey, watch out. Hey, blah, blah, blah. We have to read the, fly around.
We start with a Fox News alert. Search crews are returning to the Potomac River this morning to look for more aircraft components after the deadly midair collision near Reagan National Airport.
And the NTSB are now working to extract data from the black boxes recovered from the passenger jet.
Mark Meredith is live in the Potomac River and the Potomac Park with the details. Mark.
Brian, Lawrence, and Ainsley, good morning, friends. Investigators say there are a lot of possible causes to this midair collision. At this point, it's simply too early to know for sure what would have led to this crash, and it's likely going to be at least a month before we get a preliminary report. As you mentioned today, we expect divers to return out to the crash site. We've had patrol boats out there all night long, keeping an eye on this wreckage, and they're even going to start trying to remove some of this debris. And while we are going to have to wait for that report to know where the investigation is heading, one possible factor they're looking at is whether or not there was adequate staffing at the control tower at Reagan National at the time of the crash. The Associated Press getting a hold of an internal report from the FAA that night, which seemed to suggest there may have been staffing issues. The report saying the position configuration was not normal for this time of day and volume of traffic, indicating that they were looking at whether or not there were enough people there at the time the crash occurred. But we have not again heard a definitive answer from the NTSB about that. Flight tracking apps showed the American Airlines regional jet was just between 200 and 400 feet. It was only seconds away from landing and had been coming in from Wichita, Kansas. There are unconfirmed reports that the helicopter involved may have been flying off its approved flight plan, but that's still part of this investigation and nothing confirmed at this point. Overnight, we learned investigators have recovered the black box as well as the cockpit data recorder, voice recorder on board the regional jet American Flight 5342. They're now in a government lab for evaluation.
So that voice recorder, they should be able to hear the last 30 minutes. It's usually, I believe, how that works, the last 30 minutes. And this black box, too, is going to give all the, I think, the instrument data on the plane.
We are already seeing some cancellations at Reagan National for today. Yesterday, there was something like 500 flights canceled. As of this morning at this hour, guys, about 60 flights canceled, but some aircraft are coming in. So things are still getting back to normal, if you will, new and normal here as we learn more about the investigation. No news yet of any news conferences as of this morning, but that could certainly change, and we'll let you know as it does. Ainsley, Lawrence, and Brian?
So, Mark, can you confirm some of the reporting that's been put out there? Apparently, the organization as a whole only has a third of the positions that are filled, and then you had the person that was responsible for getting them in. They were doing two jobs. So is it the fact is that normally there's an air traffic controller that handles the helicopters and one that handles the airplane?
That's correct, Lawrence. That's our understanding, is that normally there would be two different people in that position, so that depending on the time of the evening, it could go down to one position. You know, as the evening goes on, air traffic dwindles, fewer flights are coming and going. Now, D.C. is in an odd spot because we have air traffic from military, we've got security helicopters going through all hours of the day and night. So you're also asking about staffing. I mean, there's been a shortage of air traffic controllers now for years. That's not necessarily a new problem to have, but whether or not there was still the appropriate staffing inside the tower at the time is what they're looking at. And the NTSB was asked point blank about this just yesterday, and they simply said that they have to review the logs, that there is still stuff that they'd have to go back, but they didn't want to say definitively that would be the problem. And likely, and I've heard this from multiple accident investigators, that there's not going to be just one cause, right? It's not just that there was this one issue and that led to something. There was a multitude of likely issues that came up and developed into this situation, as tragic as it is.
The one thing I have not heard, and I could have missed it, I know it's constantly changing, no one is looking at the American airline jet, regional jet, and saying, well, you were at fault.
Right.
I mean, out of all the scenarios, I've heard it, not even speculation on that. I felt like they were helpless. They're in the flight path. They're doing what they're told.
About to land.
And then, about to land. I feel as though they were just victims here.
Well, Brian, we also know that that runway that they were directed to, a shorter runway, was a little bit different than the other traffic that had been using there. I mean, these runways here intersect at Reagan National, and so there was a last-minute change to a different runway. Now, so they're going to have to wait definitively to say whether or not that also could have contributed to this. And you're right, we're not necessarily hearing a bunch of people point fingers at the American Airlines regional jet here. We do have some people that are speculating that it is the military aircraft, but it's still speculation, Brian. And as officials said repeatedly, they've got to take time here. They don't want to say this one way or the other, because, of course, if you say they think this now, then that becomes the working theory, and that's how they go off of.
The NTSB says within 30 days, so it'll be quick.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark. Yeah, they recovered the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. There was a lawsuit filed last year that alleged that the FAA turned away nearly 1,000 air traffic control applicants solely based on race. Was this a DEI thing?
Wow. Is that for real?
I was watching Sean's show last night, and he was talking about under Obama, the FAA launched a national outreach program for DEI that included a push to hire workers with severe intellectual disabilities and psychiatric problems. Did that come into play here?
I just don't understand, how could they be so stupid?
Especially at one of the busiest
and you know, the biggest indicator for me, typically when there is a tragedy, we lose American lives, you know, the tone is more somber. When Sean Duffy went into that press briefing room, he was furious. And I go, Sean knows something that we don't know. And as the reporting has started to come out, how could you have two people doing that job when you got a helicopter?
One person doing the job.
Exactly, one person doing the job of two people. That makes absolutely, I mean, maybe you can get away with that in the country area where there's not that many planes and air traffic going on there, but it's already a complicated airspace. And you're more focused on diversity than getting the positions filled. That makes no sense.
So I think the CNN just spent all night last night focusing on what Donald Trump came out and said DEI is probably at the root of this, just to paraphrase. And he said, why are you bringing it up now? Well, fundamentally, it might be at the root of this, and this is moving at a breakneck pace. When are they going to get used to the fact that we have a president that says what exactly he's thinking? And he is a leader, but he's saying he also knows a lot about travel. Buys planes, right? He's been flying in planes since 1980s. He actually knows pilots. They become his friends. He's also been in choppers constantly because of the previous focus on Atlantic City coming from New York. And I'm going to add something else. Air traffic control has been a problem since before the pandemic, and then it got worse. How could you be Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and not make that your focus? And now he's upset that Donald Trump called him out and the previous administration out. He was a disaster as a transportation secretary. And this has to be the number one. If there's something good to come out of this, you have to get more air traffic controllers. They burn out so quick. It is so stressful.
Well, and when you're on a plane, you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. You buy your ticket, you strap in, and you just hope that whoever's running the air traffic control tower is not preoccupied.
You got to pray, man. You get on the plane and pray. Man. Oh.
You hope that it's every
burnt out or
position
tired.
is filled. Exactly. Because you put your life literally in their hands. And we're not saying that we don't know if this was the problem. There's just a report.
It's just a fundamental problem.
The control tower staffing at Reagan National Airport was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic.
Washington Post said they had a near miss a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Yes. Didn't they
Yeah,
have
New York Times had a series of them as well.
Yeah, we just talked about that, the near misses with the helicopters. Let's take a look. I wanted to show you guys this video, this like 3D rendering. That looks pretty cool. Let me just pull it up right here. And I'm gonna have to make this more full screen. This is part 1. So let me expand this for now while I watch this video. I haven't watched this yet. I just saw this on X, and it looks kind of interesting.
How did an American Airlines plane and a Black Hawk helicopter end up in a tragic crash while the plane was attempting to land on runway 33? In the videos ahead, we'll take a closer look at the final hours leading up to the crash, the confusion between the PAT-25 VIP military helicopter and the air traffic controller, and how the rescue operation is being carried out. More details all in the video ahead. The plane had departed from Wichita Dwight D. Eisenhower National Airport in Kansas earlier that evening. A PSA Airlines aircraft, operated under American Airlines and identified as Flight AA5342, collided midair with a military Black Hawk helicopter at approximately 9 p.m. on Wednesday, January 29, 2025. The tragic incident occurred as the plane was making its final approach toward Reagan Washington National Airport in Arlington, Virginia.
And I guess that's like runway. This is the runway 33, I guess. They were, I think originally I thought they were going to land on this main strip. I thought that's what the story was, but then the air traffic controller asked them to land at this smaller strip here.
American Airlines confirmed that 64 people were aboard the jet, 60 passengers and 4 crew members, while 3 soldiers were aboard the military helicopter. This plane's radio transponder stopped transmitting about 2,400 feet, which is around 730 meters short of the runway, roughly over the middle of the river.
And it's so crazy to think like how close they were to just landing and everybody being safe. You know, and they say the most dangerous time is takeoff and landing. How close? They were right there. Right there.
This has marked the first major U.S. commercial crash in more than 15 years. From an aerial perspective, it is evident that Flight AA5342 was approaching the airport from the south, descending over the scenic Potomac River. This area is known for its proximity to several iconic landmarks, such as the Pentagon, located nearby in Pentagon City. To the north, one can spot the striking dome of the United States Capitol building, a symbol of American democracy. The Potomac River, which encircles the airport and much of Arlington, serves as a natural boundary and offers breathtaking views for arriving flights. However, this area is also densely trafficked, both by air and on the ground, adding to the complexity of air traffic management in the region. American Airlines Flight 5342, which we'll refer to as the landing flight, was on its final approach to runway 33. At this stage, called short final, the aircraft was mere moments from landing, flying at an altitude of about 400 feet. This is the most critical phase of landing, where every second counts and pilots are laser focused on safely bringing the plane down. At the same time, an Army Black Hawk helicopter, identified as PAT-25, was reportedly on a possible training flight. It was flying perpendicular to the flight path of Flight 5342, following the course of the Potomac River. The Potomac River is a designated flight corridor for helicopters, and it's common to see aircraft like this operating in the area. The key difference between the two aircraft in this scenario was their operating rules. The Black Hawk helicopter, PAT-25, was flying under visual flight rules. This means it was required to rely on visual observation of its surroundings to avoid other aircraft. The landing Flight 5342 was operating...
Let me pull up part 2. This is a really interesting video. Part 2, okay, right here.
Under instrument flight rules, which give it priority over VFR flights in controlled airspace.
Already, just watching this video, it looks like the chopper was at fault here.
Flight rules, which give it priority over VFR flights in controlled airspace. This system assumes that VFR aircraft will actively maintain visual separation to avoid conflicts. Moments before the collision, the air traffic control tower at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport called PAT-25 to confirm whether they had the other aircraft in sight. PAT-25 responded that they did. At first glance, this seems like an acknowledgement that they were aware of Flight 5342's presence and were taking steps to avoid it. However, it now seems likely that Pat 25 had mistakenly identified a different aircraft.
And if you watch that video, the crash video, which we're going to look at, there's a new video that came out. We're going to look at that. I might have it, but everybody that's watched it, you can see that there's another airplane like flying like almost straight up. Maybe they confused the wrong aircraft for the one they were supposed to be looking at.
Identified a different aircraft, possibly a departing flight from the same airport, and believed that was the other aircraft referred to by the tower. Tragically, Pat 25 may not have realized that Flight 5342 was descending directly into its path. This misidentification could have led to the Black Hawk failing to adjust its course in time to avoid a collision. Although I'm not a pilot, this is what appears to have happened based on the available information. It's a heartbreaking incident that raises questions about how such misunderstandings can occur and what safety measures can prevent them in the future. If you have more insight or expertise, please feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. The passenger plane broke into multiple pieces and sank several feet into the river. Meanwhile, the helicopter ended up landing upside down on the water. Regarding the rescue mission, the main challenge is access. The water they're working in is about 8 feet deep, which is roughly 2.5 meters. On top of that, the conditions are tough. There's strong wind, chunks of ice floating around, which obstructs rescue workers. We also have audio from air traffic control that has been published online, capturing the moments as the two aircraft approach each other. In the recording, we can hear a conversation. It appears to involve the air traffic controller, with P standing for priority air transport, the helicopter, and CRJ referring to the passenger plane. The response seems to come from the helicopter, but something goes terribly wrong. The two aircraft continue to move closer to each other until they crash, and there was no response from the other side. This long-shot video, recorded by the Kennedy Center cam, seems to show two aircraft, a helicopter and a commercial airliner colliding, creating a huge...
And you see that's the other aircraft here that's like going up. I wonder if they somehow confused
flash.
That. I don't know.
If you take a close-up shot, you can clearly see the Black Hawk helicopter traveling at an alarmingly high speed directly towards the plane, a moment of impending danger captured in stark detail. According to reports, the situation unfolded due to apparent confusion on the part of the Black Hawk pilot. He was seemingly unaware of the presence of a second aircraft in the vicinity, which ultimately led to a critical misjudgment. When the flight controller radioed in, asking if the pilot had identified Flight 5342, the pilot confidently confirmed that he had visual contact. However, the plane he was referring to...
Yeah, there's a part 3 also. Those Black Hawks, though, I mean, I don't know too much about it, but I saw, like, I mean, it's advanced. They have technology on there. I think I saw a video yesterday, like, they have their own, like, you know, radar on there that I thought they could see other aircraft and stuff. So it's still incredible that this happened.
There was a completely different aircraft flying above his position. This misidentification proved costly. The pilot, certain he was operating safely, continued his course. Tragically, he ended up flying directly into the path of an oncoming aircraft. The sequence of events highlights the immense complexity and risks of aviation, where even small communication errors or lapses in situational awareness can lead to dangerous, life-threatening outcomes. Let's take a look at a different case scenario of a Jeju Air Flight 2216. This South Korean airline was granted permission to land from the south on runway 1 northward. But control tower cautions against bird activity, so the aircraft made a slight deviation in flight path. The pilot declares Mayday after it hit a couple of birds, and it was instructed to make a go-around and land on runway 19 southward. It was at this moment the airplane encountered another problem with the landing gear, which did not open. Finally, the plane had to make a belly landing with what was supposedly a landing gear failure because it hit in the middle of the runway and crashed into the elevated local Lizer antenna and concrete, erupting into a huge fireball, while the tail section remained intact.
Wow.
Morning 8:57. A TC broadcasts a cautionary advisory about bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. 8:59. The pilot of Flight 7 C2216 reports a bird strike, declares an emergency with repeated. This is what he said: Mayday, Mayday, Mayday calls, and notifies a TC with the message: bird strike, go around. Just 1 minute after the bird strike at 9 o'clock. The flight initiates a go-around maneuver and requests authorization to land on runway 19, which requires an approach from the opposite end of the airport's single runway that is from the north to the south, which is not the actual landing procedure. Usually then land from the south to the north. 9:01 in the morning, ATC clears the aircraft to land on runway 19, 9:02 local time. The aircraft touches down on the runway approximately 1,200 meters, which translates to 3,940 feet from the threshold of the 2,800 meter. This is around 9,184-foot runway. 9:02 and 55 seconds later, the Airport Fire Rescue Unit completes the deployment of fire rescue equipment. 9:03 Flight 7C-2216 overshoots the runway and crashes into a hill-like structure beyond the runway's end, which later on we came to know that it hit the localizer antenna and its adjacent concrete embankment.
Wow.
And finally, we have a missile attack plane crash. At 10:43 a.m. Kazakh time, which is Russia's Rostov Air Traffic Control Center, received a signal indicating that the crew had decided to divert the flight to Aktau due to adverse weather conditions in Baku and Makhachkala.
That was it. That was part of it. Interesting video. Interesting. Leo, you said you tagged me. That I think that might be one of the videos I was going to show. The new video that came out. Let me see where you tagged me. Yeah, this is the new video. And people are saying it looks deliberate. Let me see. I know I had it here somewhere. Here, yeah. It's the same video. So obtained by CNN. Exclusive video.
These videos obtained exclusively by CNN show previously unseen angles of the collision between an American Airlines flight and a US Army Black Hawk helicopter. In the first video, the Black Hawk can be seen flying at speed over the Potomac from the left side of the screen. The American Airlines plane can be seen flying towards the airport before...
It's just so crazy too, because the helicopter, I don't know, I guess it's just the glare of the lens. It looks so bright. I mean, I don't know how you don't see it, but in the airplane, at nighttime, you're not really, I don't think you're really flying off of visuals. That helicopter's VFR, the plane's on instrument.
Videos obtained exclusively by CNN show
I'm not sure if they can really see that
angles of the collision between an American Airlines flight and a US Army Black Hawk helicopter.
Even though it's like right in front of them, going right into it.
In the first video, the Black Hawk can be seen flying at speed over the Potomac from the left side of the screen.
It's the same when driving, a blind spot on your side. Yeah, that could be it. My car that I have, I love the car that I have, but it has blind spots, which I really don't like. I mean, all cars have blind spots, but this one has, you know, the windshield and then the side windows, the driver and the passenger. There's like the part in between, like the frame. Mine's thicker than usual. And so there is a pretty significant blind spot that in front, the angles, which I really don't like. That's the only thing I really don't like about the car. Planes have blind spots too, and those little windows that they have. Some of them are thicker, some of them are thinner. I've seen, there was one story that I watched
Young and
that.
Surly donated $5 through Super Chat. Have you seen the movie Airplane? Air traffic controller was nuts and doing cocaine. Parody of how stressful really is.
Yeah.
Also movie Pushing Tin.
That was a great movie. Isn't that Denzel Washington? Or no? Well, there's a comedy drama. Wasn't there is one, oh, the Denzel Washington one is called Flight. Maybe you're talking about Flight. Are you talking about Flight or are you talking about the other old movie? There's one from like the 1980s. The Flight movie by Denzel Washington was really good, and I think he was he drugged out? I think he was drugged out. He was drugged out in the movie. That was a really, really good one.
The American Airlines plane can be seen flying towards the airport before the two collide, causing a mid-air explosion and fall into the river.
Also, movie Pushing Tin.
In the second video, you can see the Army helicopter and American Airlines plane travel toward each other. After the collision and subsequent explosion, the airliner can be seen spinning into the water, and the Black Hawk...
You can literally see, like, I don't know what part of the plane that is. Is that the... You can literally see it falling into the water.
And subsequent explosion, the airliner can be seen spinning into the water, and the Black Hawk is also seen falling into the water.
I've wondered too, like, I know it's kind of morbid, but I've wondered, like, was those people on the plane and in the chopper, would they have even realized? Would they have even registered? You know, I guess, was it just like a quick, like, boom, and that's it, like everything blacks out? I don't know how I'm gonna fly on a plane again, man, and I have to fly soon. I don't know how I'm gonna fly on a plane again. You know, this is a rare occurrence, you know, as they say, but still, it's just so eerie and scary. And then especially this airport's like the way this airport's designed, and the complexities, and the military traffic, the helicopters, and oh man. Xanax. Yeah, I know some people take medication, take a little something to take the flight. Why not, to see if I can find a doctor and ask? I don't know, if something. I know some people, they'll take something, or they'll drink or whatever, and they go on their flight. McGinnis, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. So yeah, that was the new video that came out by CNN. Oh, this was something, in case you didn't see this was yesterday.
Hey, y'all, hit the thumbs up.
Some reporters are pissed off about this.
I have been MIA. Life's been crazy, not on as often on lives, but try to watch all replays. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Lisa Love. Thank you for the 19 months. Almost 2 years. This video, the reporter was asking him if he was going to go on scene.
Families of the victims of the plane crash.
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a plan to visit, not the site, because you tell me, what's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responders down there?
He was like, you want me to go swimming?
First responders down there?
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some
Lundy,
of the
what's
families.
up, man?
Families of
That was yesterday. Family of 4, man, really sad. Family of 4, including skating sisters, 11 and 14. They were killed in this plane crash. And this is Department of Intelligence Agency is reportedly pausing all DEI programs in observance of Pride Month. What is this? Okay. The agency is working internally and with the department to implement executive orders ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing and initial recessions of harmful executive orders and actions dated January 20th, 2025. We are receiving questions across the workforce on the way up with special emphasis programs, special observances, agency resource groups, affinity groups, and employee networking groups. DIA will pause all activities and events related to agency special emphasis programs effective immediately until further notice. Additionally, special observances hosted throughout the year by the command element directorates and special offices are also paused. Everything's on pause. On pause. Where is the let's see. That video I was going to show you guys, apparently they didn't do it. They didn't, there was a former instructor that was supposed to talk. Explosion at Troy Medical Center. Police give update. Okay. Former air traffic controller gives perspective. Let's check that out. Let's see if this is interesting.
Tonight, we're still trying to make sense of last night's deadly mid-air collision at Reagan National Airport. We know it only took a split second for things to go wrong.
Yeah, we want to play some of the audio from air traffic control in the seconds after that crash. And we do have to warn you, this clip includes video that is really hard to watch.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
We wanted to get a better idea of what it's like to be in that tower faced with such a high-stress job. So we've brought in leading expert Todd Yeary, who is a former FAA certified professional controller. Thank you for being here with us.
Thanks for having me, unfortunately, under these circumstances.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you understand the challenges and the complexities that controllers face every day. Take us into what that's like.
Well, what it's like is every day is unique unto itself. You come in with an anticipation that there's a certain order, certain flow to what happens in your facility because you're accustomed to the schedule, the number of flights, how they normally move, but then there's a dynamic portion to it that is often unscripted and unpredictable. Things like weather that often come up without warning, that could drastically change how you respond to what is otherwise a routine day. Issues like
apparently I was told that people want to see this guy, Captain Steve. Somebody left a comment on my video yesterday, actually, mentioning this channel. And I haven't gotten to check it out. So let's do that. Let's do Captain Steve, and then we'll come back to this and see what this person had to say. Sorry to kind of jump in the middle. But a lot of people seem to love this guy. I haven't seen this guy before. Captain Steve. And I'll put...
Here's what happened last night.
I'll put the link to his channel in the description. And we'll check out. Oh, it's trending too. The video's trending. #1. It has 2.2 million views. Holy moly. Let's check it out.
Tonight, I'm able to secure the actual audio from the incident over the Potomac last night. Let's listen in together.
Yeah, 789 contact jump marks. Good day. Okay. American 3130 for the final.
You're going to see a back and forth now between Reagan Tower and the various aircraft that they have lined up on approach into the airport. This happened at about 8:46 p.m. Last evening, and you can see there's several airplanes lined up. That's typical coming in about that time of night at Reagan. They're talking to American Airlines 3130, which I think is number 2 for the runway. They're telling them to slow down to their final approach speed because they're separating everybody on the way in. It's going to turn out that American 3130 is a key player in what happens here.
Well, American 3130. Pat 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge is CRJ.
Pat 25 is the helicopter that ran into the CRJ 700. It was a PSA flight. The flight number is 5342. It would go under the call sign Blue Streak 5342. You don't ever hear them talking to tower. They've already been cleared to land on runway 33. So they would come in on an approach on runway 1, and then they would kind of circle the land on runway 33. It's a little shorter runway, but they take some of the regional jets and they put them on that runway. Pat 25 is the Black Hawk helicopter that is just south of the Woodrow Bridge, and they've just taken off. They're airborne. The tower is saying to them, there's traffic. It's a CRJ. It's at 1,200 feet, lined up for runway 33. Do you have that traffic? Pat 25 is going to call back and say yes.
It's 1,200 feet, start runway 33.
Pat 25 says, has the traffic in sight, request visual separation. What that means is that they're going to take responsibility for visual separation from that aircraft. What happened? Here's what I think happened. This is not the final word on it, but what I think happened was it was at night. There's several airplanes lined up. There is that Blue Streak 5342, which is a CRJ that they ran into. Right behind them, just a few miles, is American 3130. Everybody has...
So, America at the bottom of the screen here, American 3130. And this is what kind of we were talking about up here, just to kind of orient ourselves. Up here is the Pat 25. This is the helicopter.
Has their lights on as they're coming in. I believe the helicopter looked at the American 3130 and said, I've got the traffic in sight, and they never saw the airplane, the CRJ that was right next to them. That's my conjecture on what happens.
Visual separation. Dispatch Crew. American 1630 Tower, runway 1 lock void, traffic direct from runway 33, dispatch 16 off final.
So this is typical stuff that's going on in a busy airport. They're lining somebody up to take off. They're saying, pay attention. I'm going to give you an immediate takeoff here. I've got traffic lining up for runway 33. That's the CRJ that got ran into. And he's on a 6-mile final. And it might be somebody even behind him, but they're lining everybody up to take off and to land.
Whiskey 5307. Keep rolling out to November, South 47 today.
The CRJ right there.
You can see at the bottom of your screen there, the CRJ, the Blue Streak 5342. They're beginning to now kind of come out a little bit to line up the runway to land on runway 33. They're not going to go right straight down the river. They got to come out a little bit wider and come in. But remember, Pat 25, which is up here, the helicopter at the middle of your screen, they've already said we accept responsibility for visual
Young and
separation.
Surly donated $5 through Super Chat. Airplane from 1980s. Pushing Tin Billy Bob Thornton. John Cusick. Angelina Jolie All Traffic Controllers 1999. Both really good.
Thank you. I might have to check that out. Go old school. And this is the thing I didn't know what this pilot's talking about, Captain Steve, that when they accepted this whole visual thing, when they were like, yeah, we have them visual separation, like they're accepting responsibility. I didn't know that they just, okay, that's it. It's on them now. Visual separation.
American 1630 1 star 32014, Duck 25. Traffic 2 mile up base runway 33. No delay, runway 15 for immediate
Clears
takeoff.
American to
Number
take
1,
off.
clears for takeoff, American 1630.
Here it comes.
CRJ in sight.
Now the tower is seeing what's happening, and they're saying, do you have the CRJ in sight? Because
And this, at the bottom of the screen here too, the AA, the 3130, he's saying that he thinks that the helicopter confused, that they thought the control tower was talking about this 3130. They thought that was the plane they were supposed to see visual, but they have this one right here. I still don't understand how they don't see this, I guess, because like the planes are kind of still lined up. Like, I mean, I guess, I don't know if it's possible they can, I think they confused it too, but like this was right here. Like, how do you not, where are we at, 408?
now the tower.
I mean, I just don't see how they don't see that either. That's just crazy, but I guess it's possible, yeah.
No delay, runway 15 for immediate
Clears
takeoff.
American to
Number
take
1,
off.
clears for takeoff, American 1630.
Here it comes.
CRJ in sight.
Now the tower is seeing what's happening, and they're saying, do you have the CRJ in sight? Because you guys are getting kind of close. And the Pat 25, the helicopter, says once again, yeah, and I'm asking for visual separation. Okay, the responsibility is on you then.
Pat 25, pass behind this CRJ.
This club has a aircraft in sight, request visual separation.
Okay, so Pat 25 says, has the aircraft in sight, request visual separation. I don't think they had these guys in sight. I think they had the airplane behind them in sight. That's why this is such a tragedy.
American 47.
This plane right here is the one I think they're talking about, that maybe the helicopter had this one in its visual sight, I think.
By bat now for visual. American 47C, Washington Tower, 1 star 320.
I think that's the plane they're talking about.
So you hear somebody in the tower go, oh, and they see what just happened.
By bat now for visual. American 47C, Washington Tower, 1 star 32017.
So you hear somebody in the
I never noticed the audio too. You can hear somebody go like, oh, like over the talking, there's somebody in the background.
American 4782 by bat now for visual. American 47C, Washington Tower, 1 star 32017.
So you hear somebody in the
And you almost hear, oh my God, somebody
tower go, oh, and they see what just happened. As you can see in your screen here, the collision took place. The tower has seen it happen in real time. They're human beings. They're reacting just like you and I would. The helicopter ran into the CRJ. The CRJ's airspace was their airspace. In front of them, behind them, on both sides of them, it was a responsibility of the helicopter to maintain visual separation. They even told him a couple times, do you got him in sight? Do you got him in sight? He said, yep, got him in sight. I'm accepting responsibility for the separation. And I think just like when you're driving in a car and you look and you see a car behind the one that almost hit you, you see that car and you didn't see the one right here. And when you turn out in front, sometimes there's a collision. It's really tragic when this happens in an airplane. Again, it's been decades since there's been a mid-air collision in this country. This is such an unusual circumstance to take place. It's such a tragedy. It's been 12 years since there's been a fatality in a commercial airliner here in the United States. That's unprecedented. And that wasn't a mid-air collision. That was just an accident. This is a mid-air collision, and this hasn't happened in forever. So now we know what's going on here. Pat 25, the helicopter, accepted responsibility for visual separation. They probably had their eyes on the airplane behind them, and then they tragically ran into these guys.
Did you see that? American 3130, go around, turn left and 250, climb maintain 3000.
So now what happens from the tower's perspective is they have to work through denial pretty fast. They just saw this happen in real time in front of them. They're human beings like the rest of us. They're kind of in shock. But they've still got airplanes coming in. They've got American Airlines 1630, which just took off. They've got to hand them off to departure. They got American 3130 that's coming in. They got American 472 behind them. They got to do something with these airplanes. Right? The airplane port is going to be shut here in a second. So they're going to start telling all these guys to go around while they're trying to handle the emergency and get the emergency equipment out. And all of that is, everybody's kind of in a little fog for a few seconds here while all of this is taking place. The tragedy of it hits you hard. And they're very professional. Watch how they handle this. But man, they're busy.
Okay, let's say 350, 3000, American 3130.
Tower Blue Streak 5347 is on final. Request runway 33, circle to 33.
Taken heading for American 3130. American 3130, go around, turn left and 270, climb maintain 3000. 270 on the heading, 3000.
See how fast he's talking? He's trying to get all these other airplanes out of here.
Crash. This is alert 3. Crash.
Okay, what's MWAA? It's the Metro Washington Airport Authority. Every airport has some sort of governing authority over it. Many times it's called the Port Authority. Up in Boston, it's Mass Port, right? In New York, it's the Port Authority. Down here in Washington, it's the Metro Washington Airport Authority. They're now announcing officially there's a crash. So they go over the radio and they broadcast to everybody. The tower is the main recipient of this, that there's been a crash. He's going to repeat that. That puts a whole bunch of things into motion all at the same time. The fire crews now are going to jump in their uniforms. They're going to get in their fire trucks. They're going to drive to where the crash is. There's going to be details about this coming. But this whole thing is very frenzied and happens very fast. But these are really highly trained professionals. They do a really terrific job.
Alert 3. Crash. This is alert 3.
And alert 3 is a crash.
Oh, shit. Where's the alert 3? It is off the approaching the runway 33. Approaching the runway 33. Helicopter crash. Helicopter. Copy out this morning. Crash. This is alert 3. 2 helicopters.
Okay, so again, fog of war. The first report that they get is that it's 2 helicopters. They're going to clarify this really quickly because the tower is talking back and forth to them. The tower's going to say, nope, it was a CRJ and a helicopter. So they get this, because it's cleared up pretty fast.
Well, helicopter CRJ approaching runway 33.
That's really fast.
The approaching runway 33, a mile off final. Crash. Kilo CRJ approaching 33. Okay. How many totals on board? We don't have any of that information. Tower's reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash in the Potomac River.
So they're passing the information back and forth to the first responders who need it. Everybody's trying to clarify while they're jumping in their trucks and they're heading out there. Now they know exactly where they're going. It's at the approach end of runway 33. It's somewhere in the Potomac. Now they're going to have to coordinate boats and other things. Eventually they're going to get helicopters involved.
Can we go ahead and hold all operations till we have emergency units respond? We're going to go ahead and show the aerodrome closed.
They want to close the airport so they can go.
Yeah, that's affirmative. All operations aerodrome closed.
Everything's closed. Huh?
And everybody just hold your positions, please, on the field right now.
Okay, so this is the ground controller. Now, the ground controller is the one that's going to get all these trucks going where they need to go. But the ground controller needs to stop all the airplanes. So she just makes a blanket broadcast. Everybody stop right where you are. Every once in a while, you kind of half hear that, and then you say, okay, I'm sorry. And there's also people asking to be released from their gate to go. They're not into what's going on yet because they just put their headsets on and they're just getting ready to go. One aircraft's going to ask to do this, and she's just going to say, everybody stop.
South 43, ready for taxi.
Everyone's going to have to hold for down.
No.
I'll get back to you just as soon as I can. Fire command, the accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33.
It's amazing to me how much clarity they have about actually what happened and where it happened. And many times in an accident like this, it takes 5 to 10 minutes just to get everything sorted out. They're very good here at getting it all very concise. And so the response time was phenomenal on this.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Okay, ARF is the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighters. That's the actual fire chief that's in the fire truck. He's asking, is the airport closed and are all the runways closed as well? That way he can expedite getting out there. He doesn't have to stop and ask, can I cross this runway? Can I go on that taxiway? She's about to tell him, the whole place is shut down. You go. You own the airport now.
All runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And we have clearance across all taxiways and runways, correct?
Yes, you have clearance through the whole field, all taxiways and runways.
So basically she's saying to these guys, go. And at that moment, the fire trucks take off. What we know about the accident at this point is that there were no survivors. It's now a recovery operation. That's the sad part about all of this. And that's the part that really hits us hard right here. But I know you wanted to hear what happened and maybe my response to how they handled this emergency and what led to it. It looks pretty clear at this point that the helicopter had accepted visual separation. That's when they make that call, when they're cleared for that. They said, yep, we've got the airplane in sight. And the airplane they had in sight was the wrong airplane. There was another one in between that and the one that they were looking at. And sadly, they ran into that aircraft. So folks, we're hoping that this never happens again. I know that my annual training, I will certainly get some training on avoiding mid-air collisions. I have over my career, but they will refresh this as more details about this situation comes out. And the really wonderful part about that is they share all of the information they get, the FAA, with every other airline around the planet. So we all can avoid having a tragedy like this happen in the future. We will train to make sure that this never happens again.
Really good video. I see everybody was talking about this guy. So Captain Steve, I put the link in the description. I'll drop it in the chat one time. I don't know if it'll let you just subscribe. But if you want, you can just, after the live is over, you can go to my description and you can subscribe to his channel. I personally, I like to watch these type of channels, like the aviation channels. I don't know if it's just to feed my fear, right? Like flying and stuff. But I like to watch these guys, so I subscribe to him. Captain Steve there. Okay, the former traffic control. I think that's kind of what happened. I really agree with that theory, I guess, of that, and he's not the only one, that the Black Hawk, I do feel like this probably falls on the Black Hawk, but does it fully fall on them? I don't know, because like I said, the Swiss cheese model, maybe there was a bunch of safety measures that failed. Maybe multiple people made mistakes, but the whole visual VFR thing, they took responsibility, I guess, like he said, and they said that they had visual, but maybe they had visual of the wrong aircraft. And this airport seems to have a problem because, like the articles that we read, they've had this issue where these planes have had to cancel their landing because these helicopters are in the way. They have to do something has to change. They can't keep going on like this. So something has to change. Let's see what this guy had to say.
Like equipment malfunctions, what happens when things beyond your control, like we saw on 9/11,
Go back 60
that automatically an event in New York changes
Passengers.
the entire system in real time.
And you were
Literally.
there on
I was
9/11.
there. I worked in Chicago.
So, like I
that
said, we
day.
also-
I remember that day when we were quite honestly forcing commercial aircraft to the nearest airplane, and they could either land with an escort or without one. But it was just that serious. And when you don't really know what's going on, all you have are the tools and the rules, right? The tools of the trade being the radio frequency, the lessons that you've learned, the skills that you've developed to be able to respond to situations that you didn't anticipate, and there is no book for it.
Yeah. Let's talk about last night, because the Associated Press is reporting that there was one person working and doing two jobs in that air traffic control tower there at Reagan. One person typically oversees the helicopters, one person oversees the planes. Does that sound plausible?
It sounds plausible simply because there are a number of factors that go into staffing. The air traffic day is kind of like an accordion. It expands and contracts based on demand and need. And so your staffing will start relatively low early in the day, it will peak at a point, and then it will gradually scale back until you get to the later parts of the day. And so in my own experience, it was not uncommon to work a combined sector, what we would call it, and later in the night, as I would often work third shift, sometimes we would combine multiple sectors into one simply because there was no demand. It allowed us to preserve and reserve resources when we actually needed them, and it didn't compromise the safety. So the mere fact that these positions may have been combined does not necessarily say to me that that was in and of itself a safety issue. What is a bigger concern based on what I've seen is whether or not the proximity of the aircraft, one on final approach, one that's transiting around the airspace, what were the instructions given? Was there information given that made one or the other or both of them aware that they were in the same general vicinity, and were those instructions in that advisement, were those acknowledged?
You've had an opportunity to listen to some of the audio and to see what little video we've been able to see of that tragic moment midair. What do you think occurred as someone who has directed air traffic in and out of airplanes for decades?
Yeah. So in Chicago, it's often controlled airspace where the control towers and the approach controls are actually staffed. Late at night, some air traffic control towers actually shut down, and so it's the regional center that controls from the ground all the way up to the ceiling of the National Airspace System. What I think, I don't know what happened. Let me give you a better sense of what I would raise as questions. Question number one is for any aircraft, whether it is rotor or fixed wing, when they're in that proximity, very often we do what we call calling traffic. Was traffic called? That means simply because they're in proximity and one may have equipment, they may not be, the pilots, the crew may not be paying
attention.
as close attention to what's going on around them because they have things that they're focusing on the flight deck. So I believe traffic would have been called. As a matter of fact, the bit of radio transmission to the military helicopter asked, do you have the CRJ in sight? That says to me that traffic
Can you see that jet?
Can you see that jet? That says before that, there was probably an advisory that says, Pat 25, you have traffic at a position, at an altitude, this is the direction it's moving, do you have it in sight? If you have it in sight, maintain what we call visual separation from that traffic, and then you can kind of proceed on course. That's kind of the question that I initially have as to the instruction and the advisory that was given. Was it heard? Was it understood? Now, here's the caveat. Having flown on the flight deck and observed flight crews, when you're flying at night particularly, you don't see airplanes the way you and I would expect to see airplanes.
And there was a question too, and I saw a couple people bring this up. There was like theories about like whether these people on the Black Hawk had night vision goggles on. Were they all wearing night vision, and that could have affected their visibility, like them looking out and stuff?
When we get on them at airports. If these airplanes are against a dark sky, challenging ground lights, What you're really looking for is not so much the physical attributes, but can you see the beacon, the flashing light that goes on top, that little red thing that goes on or at the bottom. And so if you pick up the beacon, can you distinguish the beacon from other lights, residual lights that are coming from the ground? And can you keep it in your sights? Because remember, it's not just stationary. This airplane's moving. So the CRJ, depending on what its landing profile was, could have been moving at a speed of about 130 knots just before it gets ready to touch down. We don't know what the speed profile was of the helicopter, right? So once I see it, I've got to see it and track it. But if I'm seeing it and tracking it, can I then observe and pay attention to everything else I have to do with the flight controls? So there are a number of dynamic realities that we cannot capture in a soundbite or in a clip, which is why the role of the NTSB and all of the subject matter experts is so critical to help us understand what's happened.
Yeah, you're talking about these dynamic realities here, and we think of this airspace in particular, which is extremely unique. You have hundreds of flights going in and out of Reagan National Airport every day. You have these military helicopters flying over the district at all hours of the day as well. So for these air traffic controllers, this is sort of a delicate dance all day.
I think dance is right. It's a choreography that is often impacted by circumstance. Now, I've looked at a couple of tracks of the movement. I'm not sure if maybe the helicopter took an early turn on course, if it veered off course, we don't know, right? So this isn't about assigning a blame one way or the other. It's really kind of understanding what's going on at that moment that led to the catastrophic outcome that now has 67 people lost and their families grieving, and the rest of us raising a lot of questions.
We have talked, as we have tried to contextualize what happened yesterday, and it's still so fresh. It's been about a day, really, since this happened. And one of the points of conversation that we've heard come up, and you know this from your many years of being an air traffic controller, is that there simply aren't enough of you. And how much of a role that might have played leading up to what happened yesterday, or not?
Well, I think it's always a factor that you consider sufficient resources, particularly staffing, right? Air traffic control is not one of those vocations that you pass off to some virtual reality. That's not how it works. The other part is to understand the history of how we even got here. Part of my own story is remembering that when I hired into the agency, I was part of one of the last cohorts that was being hired to fill the losses that were tied to the firing of the controllers after the PATCO strike. So you have a large number of your workforce of about 14,000 controllers that are really hired within a window of about a decade. Let's just call it about 10 years. You add 25 years to that. You have to hire before you're 31. You can retire after 25 years. You have to retire at 56.
So no more directing traffic after 56.
You cannot control live traffic
Interesting.
After 56. So your 56th birthday, you're done with live traffic. Now, you may do administrative duties or something else, but moving live traffic is not what you do. So when you look at that, you have that same cohort, that period of a decade, hiring after the PATCO strike in 81. You add 25 years, give or take. So if I hired in almost 1990, so you got 2015, depending on the age. We've got a number of losses that are going to be successive year after year, either by mandatory retirement or the increasing gap, because you don't just hire a controller today and put them in a position tomorrow. It took, and I think I was on the short end of the average training time at Chicago Center. It took me 3.5 years from the time I got to the facility to the time that I was fully certified. So it takes some time. You've got to add the time to go through the administration of the test, the staffing of the screen classes in Oklahoma City, the assignment to the facilities based on their individual needs, the training time that's required to get them through that unique training scenario for wherever they're assigned, Reagan being unique to, say, LaGuardia being unique. There's some general principles, but the airport layouts are different. And so I think there is an oversimplification that has imposed itself on this tragedy that says that we want to give sound bites and milquetoast responses to what is really a much more complicated scenario. And we also have to remember that the last mid-air collision before last night was 1978. So it's not, the safest system always has vulnerabilities, right? We learned that last night. We knew that before last night. It was just brought to our awareness in a much more urgent sort of way. How we respond to it is the way that we go about making sure that we don't have a repeat of what happened last night.
Yeah, so that was a really interesting, insightful video. And union president defends air traffic controllers. You're in the best hands. Amid criticism from President Trump against air traffic controllers, a union leader for the group said he stood behind every highly skilled, highly trained air traffic controller that is out there. Nick Daniels, president of air traffic controllers. Let's see if we can just watch a little bit of this. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see this one here.
In the wake of America's deadliest air disaster in decades, investigators are now reviewing 2 flight recorders, those so-called black boxes.
And they're saying the pilot for the helicopter was very experienced. That's what I did read that. I had it somewhere. Oh yeah, I think I have a video clip. We'll check that out in a minute.
So in the pictures, you can actually see they're an orange color to make them easier to find. And investigators are also searching 3 different debris fields in the Potomac looking for clues about how this crash happened. And on that question, President Trump yesterday floated a distinct theory, citing no evidence tied to the crash itself. He blamed diversity hiring efforts, so-called DEI in particular, in the hiring of air traffic controllers for what happened. We are joined now by Nick Daniels, president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. Nick, thank you very much for joining us. I want to talk about the quality of your hires in a moment. But first, let's talk about how many people you have working in your industry here at Reagan. We just learned this morning that 2 people were doing the job of 4 seats in the tower.
2 people doing the job of 4 seats.
People hear that and they think, doesn't sound good. Can you put that in context?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. First, I want to say that we, the air traffic controllers, join all of our fellow Americans that are grieving right now for this tragedy. The aviation community is a very small community. We pray for all the families that are out there, and we are coming together to ensure that the air traffic controllers that are impacted by this, it's not just those that are on duty, but all of them are across America, that they know that each and every one of them, that we're thinking about them, that we're there with them, and that we are upholding the utmost confidence of this system because of the hardworking men and women. But specifically to the question, right now, we have a controller shortage in this nation. 10,800 certified controllers are out there doing this job day in, day out, where there should be 14,335. Now, the specifics to this situation itself, since it's under investigation, I can't speak directly to that, but it is not uncommon for us to routinely combine positions, decombine positions. There is usually someone in a supervisory position looking at the overall workload and complexity in order to make those determinations of what positions we need open and when we need them open.
So, Nick, in general, what I hear you saying is it is possible for 2 people to do the work of 4?
Damn, bro.
It always depends on the actual workload that's going on. It's more around the number of positions that we need at that time. The number of air traffic controllers that are needed is always a determining factor. And then quite often, if we don't have enough people, we begin reducing how many aircraft that we can efficiently move and safely move through the airspace.
I don't know. I thought that part, because they need the money. I've watched some videos, like documentaries on commercial lines and stuff like that. There's always this pressure, like, we gotta fly, we gotta go. There was this I wish I saved the video. There was this flight where the pilot, I forgot, for some reason the pilot canceled. They were getting ready to take off. Pilot cancels the flight, and he said something with the plane. He's not comfortable. And he said he was sorry. And the people on the plane were pissed. They got mad. There was something on the plane that needed fixing, and they told him, I don't know who told him, I guess the people, the company, whatever, they had told him, oh no, it's fine, you can take off, we'll fix this at another time. And he said no. And the people on the plane, if it was me, It sucks I can't make this particular flight, but if you're not comfortable, fuck, I don't want to fly. I don't want you to force this plane in the air. Pilot cancels flight. Let me see if I can find that clip. I don't know where it was. I don't know. I saw it. I saw it somewhere. But I was like, and then people are like, "Oh man, oh bro." I canceled the flight, but it's all about money. It's about money, and you know that they have certain regulations where they have to get this amount of rest and this amount of sleep, and they can't work this amount of time or whatever.
So let's talk about.
That's why you have 2 in the 4 position, but maybe they should offer some incentives, you know, to get some more air traffic controllers. I mean, you want them qualified. I don't want to just, you know, don't take just anybody, but offer some incentives, some pay. Supposedly, Capstar said they have good health insurance. Offer some type of incentives to get those roles filled.
You mentioned the shortage. Let's talk about the quality of the people you do have working. President Trump has suggested that the bar has been lowered for air traffic controllers, and you now have lower quality people. First of all, what is the bar, and have you noticed that people are now slipping in beneath it?
Yeah, we absolutely stand with every highly skilled, highly trained air traffic controller that's out there. When we first get hired, you can hire.
Yeah, you're pressured to keep the flight on time. Everything's money. You know, and in some other countries, there's probably less regulations, but there's this pressure, the sense of you got to take off by this time and get it. Time is money.
50,000 people, but 2 to 3 years from now will be the first time that you ever see one of those controllers actually make it to being able to talk to aircraft on their own. And that's less than 2% out of 50,000 that would make it through. If we hired 2,000 people today, in 2 to 3 years from now, we'd see only about 1,000 of them become a certified air traffic controller. They go through multiple job jeopardy points, not only the hiring background and process when they first get picked up, which includes an IQ test, medical screening, additional background checks from there. And then we also go in to an academy, which is another job jeopardy point. You pass or fail, you're removed. Then we go and do simulator training at our facilities themselves. And then that's another pass-fail point. And ultimately, then when we talk to aircraft on our own, you have to pass a final test in order to be a certified air traffic controller. So any certified air traffic controller out there, it doesn't matter their race, color, religion, you can know you're in the best hands, and we take that responsibility seriously every day.
Well, then, Nick, what do you think the president was talking about yesterday?
I couldn't tell you exactly what he was talking about because the quality of air traffic controllers that are out there are outstanding. Most people, when they go to the airport, they're thinking about how long the security line is and when their luggage is going to get there. They're not thinking about the air traffic controller that's in the control tower or in the radar room, guiding their plane safely amidst 14,000 that are in the national airspace system at that time. They quite often put their headset on, lean back in their seats, and take a nap because of the amazing work that the air traffic controllers are doing.
It's difficult work. We know that. You say you don't have enough people. We hope you get the people you need.
Yeah, hopefully they can resolve that. But like the other guy was saying, like it takes a lot of training. According to the one guy, it takes a couple of years of training. Let's take a look at this video clip. And this one is the one where he talks about the pilot was very experienced. Oh, is this really happening now?
David Shepardson, he's a great resource.
Whoa, I should have been. What? Hold up. Oh, this was an hour ago. Oxford. So the people that have been watching me for a while, I know we have a lot of new people. So the people that have been watching me for a while, apparently, where's this at? Got too many tabs open. Maybe that's, let me not. I want to get the blue screen again. Jennifer Crumley. What were they? Something happened today in court. What happened with Crumley? Oxford school shooter's mother, Jennifer Crumley, demands a new trial. The parents were convicted to 10 to 15 years in prison. I want a new trial. Mama's love. Looks like it was pretty short though. Maybe we can, if you guys want later in the afternoon, we can come check it out. Is this the whole thing? It was only like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It was 40 minutes long. Or they cut it off or something. I'm gonna have to look into that. Maybe we'll check it out. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's check this out.
So like I said, we also want to bring into the conversation now someone who has been very, very helpful today, including on Fox 5 DC, who you probably have seen, national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer, Hal Kempfer. And Hal, thanks for being with us.
First of all, let's do. Oh, sorry, guys. Before we do this is a short clip. We have to address this because, and this is what Hoax was talking about. I wasn't sure what he was talking about at first, the Joe Ellis thing. There was rumors, or that there was, I guess, false information going around online that this, they were trying to say that there was a trans person pilot flying the chopper. Trans helicopter pilot Joe Ellis responds after right-wing internet users started spreading a fake story that Ellis was flying the Black Hawk helicopter in a DC crash. This woman's here and alive. What the heck? This morning, Ellis asked Facebook users to report any accounts spreading false info. This is Joe Ellis. I'm a Black Hawk pilot with the Virginia Army National Guard. I understand that some people have associated me with the crash in DC, and this is false. It is insulting to the families to try to tie this to some sort of political agenda. They don't deserve that. So this lady, when I woke up this morning, I saw something about this, but I didn't know what was going on. They were trying to say that she was the pilot.
Interesting morning.
Oh, shit.
This is Joe Ellis.
Oh, shit.
I am a Black Hawk pilot with the Virginia Army National Guard. I understand some people have associated me with the crash in DC, and that is false. It is insulting to the families to try to tie this to some sort of political agenda. They don't deserve that. I don't deserve this. And I hope that you all know that I'm alive and well, and this should be sufficient for you all to end all the rumors. I also have a statement. The Department of Defense is responsible for casualty notifications. There were no Virginia National Guard personnel on that Black Hawk that collided with the jetliner Wednesday evening. Thank you. Interesting morning.
Okay, the official message from Joe Ellis. So, that's got to be pretty wild, though. Imagine waking up and they're like, you're the pilot of some aircraft that crashed and everybody died. And you're waking up and like, I'm here, I'm alive. So I guess we could put that to rest. We put that to rest. Maybe this happened while I was sleeping. I don't know what. Oh yeah, this was the post, I think. Oh, this guy. My brother Jack Wallace just found out the helicopter pilot was a transgender. This guy is always kind of posting sensational stuff, and for some reason it goes viral all the time. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't even know. I think I might follow this guy, but I know with this person, Matt Wallace, you gotta be really, really careful because he's always posting like some crazy shit. And I guess he keeps posting it because it goes viral every time. I guess it doesn't matter. You know, it just goes viral and blows up and people just love it and they love the lie and whatever, you know, I guess it doesn't matter with this guy. So I noticed, yeah, with this guy, you gotta be really careful, the Matt Wallace dude on Twitter. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna listen to the Black Hawk. Gotta talk about the Black Hawk.
We're going to keep this shot up here. We haven't really seen much activity today in that very shot, but now we are. And in the meantime, we're going to bring you into the conversation here. Hal, at this hour, we just brought you the news that according to lawmakers in Washington, including and especially Senator Maria Cantwell, she has said that the black box has been recovered.
Black box recovered.
At least one of them, Hal. What do you make of that? And what is the black box? What can we glean? What can investigators learn from that?
Well, Andrew, the black box is it has a couple of things. There's the one that does telemetry, everything that was with the aircraft in terms of how all the systems were operating and, you know, altitude, airspeed, all the other things that were going on. Then the other one is there's actually voice recordings of what was happening in the cockpit. Of the two, I think they're going to take a look. I don't know which one it is, but I think they're going to take a look at it. I imagine the There won't be a whole lot probably on the voice because it looks like it was just so sudden. I can't imagine the pilots had much to say prior to the collision, but there could be other things in there. You know, there's a possibility, just a possibility, that maybe there was an altitude problem. You know, one of the issues that's come up on this is that air traffic control had actually changed their runway at the last moment. It's possible that the helicopter pilot crew didn't really understand where that plane was. And when they were told to look for a plane, it could be they saw the wrong plane because apparently there was another airliner taking off at the wrong time. All of these things, the black box may provide a little information on in terms of certainly where the aircraft was, but they're going to have to piece that together with other information, other key data points to try and create a picture of what exactly went wrong here. How did two aircraft end up in the exact same place in the sky at the same time? So it's going to be useful, but I think there's a lot of other things that are going to be very useful as well. And frankly, I think what was going on at air traffic control will tell us a lot because of that report of the, they're supposed to have 2 air traffic controllers, one for helicopters, one for fixed wing.
Okay.
And they were using one. And I can tell you, as someone who's worked in endless operation centers, to include operation centers where we're controlling various aviation assets at times, when you get...
They're about to have a press conference. DC Mayor holds press conference on plane crash. Okay, so it hasn't started yet. So I'll have this playing in the background. We'll switch over when they start. It's going to be a new press conference.
More breaking news to get to. This is according to Reuters reporter David Shepardson. He's a great resource on social media for all things aviation. He says the NTSB has confirmed it has now recovered both black boxes from American Airlines Flight 5342 there. And he has that screen grab of the statement that NTSB investigators recovered the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder from the Bombardier CRJ 700 airplane involved in yesterday's mid-air collision at DCA. He said the recorders are at the NTSB labs for evaluation. So wanted to make sure we got that in. This is breaking news right now. So the black boxes are somewhat, in industry jargon, known as black boxes, but what they really are, to your point, 1, the cockpit voice recorder, and 2, the flight data recorder. Do I have that right, Hal?
That's correct. Yeah, they're 2 different ones. One's more data intensive. The other one is what were they saying and gives you an idea of what was happening in the cockpit.
So, Hal, I want to talk about the military angle of all of this with you, and specifically hone in and focus in on the Army Black Hawk helicopter. And, you know, I would say in the last year and a half, you and I have been on the air at least 7 or 8 times talking about mishaps, some deadly, of training accidents when it comes to military air assets like the Apache helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter, and the V-8 Osprey here. Of course, this was an Army Black Hawk helicopter coming from Fort Belvoir there in Virginia. According to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the helicopter that collided with the American Airlines flight was being operated on a training flight by a quote-unquote fairly experienced crew with night vision goggles. We later learned that the 3 crew members on that helicopter had thousands of hours of experience. We also learned from Dan Driscoll, he's President Trump's nominee to be the next Secretary of the Army. He told a Senate hearing that the crash last night appears to have been preventable. But Secretary of Defense Hegseth said this is part of an annual nighttime training exercise that these Black Hawk helicopter pilots do along the length of the Potomac River because Fort Belvoir, not very far away. Is it time to reassess whether or not these training missions, 1, need to be done at night, and 2, need to be done this close to Reagan Airport?
Well, I'm sure they're asking those questions. That'll be something that comes out of the investigation itself. And I should mention that the Army's Criminal Investigation Division is also doing a concurrent investigation with this, as are others. We'll get involved with this. NTSB has the lead, but they're the lead on investigating the mishap itself. There may be other factors that get picked up in other investigations. certainly will be included with whatever NTSB does. But I should mention something about the helicopter and what this was. The report was that the helicopter was doing a training mission for a continuity of government mission. All right, this is a mission set. There is the pilots that fly those continuity of government missions, which is a very intense mission. When you're flying those things, when you say continuity of government, this is where they have to move senior officials, VIPs, if you will. They have to immediately get in there quick, pick them up, and get them someplace of safety where they can continue doing what they're doing, whether it's the Secretary of Defense, the President of the United States, whomever it is, Vice President, whomever, they have got to get in there fast and move them. So you're talking very experienced flight crews. These are not, these are not new pilots by any means. These are pilots that have been around for a while because of sensitivity. And of course, you can imagine if there's something, for example, heaven forbid, say a missile was inbound to Washington, D.C., they don't have a lot of time to get their VIP or their senior official, if you will, and put them into the bird and then get them off to where they go. So they have to be ready to fly at any given time, day and night. So they have to do night flying. The problem with night flying, especially night vision goggles in D.C., there is so much ambient light. And when you look at those night vision goggles, let's just say you see a lot of green. All right. And if there's no light out, if you're in a rural area, they're great, because you can see a lot of stuff. Otherwise, you can't see anything through visual. But in an area with a lot of light out, particularly with aircraft, you got flashing red lights on top of all the buildings, everything else. You can imagine that it's very difficult to do that. And they're going to be taking a look at that particular
they're talking about those night vision goggles.
Mission profile and see if they need to maybe change how they do that for that particular flight training, because obviously it resulted in a tragic mishap.
So obviously we have our shot there outside Reagan. Yes, it is extremely, extremely dark right now. Obviously, it's a little bit after the 8 o'clock hour there. We heard also from Secretary Hegseth that this was an annual proficiency training flight, and he has ordered a 48-hour pause in flying for the Virginia-based unit involved. Is that standard operating procedure?
Yeah, that usually there's a safety stand down. And they're trying to figure out what it is. And by the way, when I'm saying this, this is kind of presuming that there could have been some sort of pilot error that resulted in this, which is one of the things that they're going to be looking at. They'll be looking at pilot error on the helicopter side. They'll be looking at pilot error on the fixed wing side. They'll also be looking at possible mechanical errors. There could be things we don't know about. For example, maybe the helicopter was flying too high. It was supposed to be under 200 feet above ground level. That's where helicopters are supposed to fly, but it ran into the regional jet. So was the helicopter too high, or was the regional jet a little too low? These are all things the NTSB is going to be looking at. There could be. I don't want to speculate too much. I mean, I can say there's a variety of things when they look at it. In general, they look at the human factors. They obviously look at the aircraft, but they also look at environmental factors. There could have been something else going on. And one could, but we've had problems.
I'm glad some people are calling this guy out. Andy, I don't know if it's pronounced Nigo, but he called out this account we were just talking about, Matt Wallace. This post has been seen by millions of times, and it is from one of the many prolific fake influencers on this platform who monetize lies and false innuendos through engagement farming. I've seen this guy. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen this guy post like some false information. He posted a transgender Black Hawk helicopter pilot for the military wrote a long letter about gender dysphoria and depression one day before the fatal crash. So he was trying to insinuate that this person, which we saw her video this morning, posted that, insinuated that this was the pilot, and almost insinuating that this was intentional and all this stuff. But she's alive. This person's alive. And they made a Facebook video, Okay, they're still getting ready here.
Around airports with people, malicious people, lasing and dazzling helicopters. Lasing, what I mean is they're using lasers.
Right.
And they intentionally dazzle pilots. No reports of that, no indications of that, but it happens.
Okay.
And they've got to look at it, and then we've had the drone problem in New Jersey. I've heard nothing that indicates there was a drone in the air, but if there was a drone in the air and maybe the pilots in the helicopter picked up on it, they might have maneuvered. These are all things they will look at, they will question. Doesn't mean that it happened.
And they said supposedly there was no drones. That was somewhere. I saw that somewhere. They said no drones.
But they've got to go through they've got to do a series of hypotheticals, if you will, to figure out what actually occurred and to what extent it led to this mishap.
So the question of the night vision goggles, there were night vision goggles on board. Don't know if the 3 crew members were wearing them. At the time, of course, I would imagine that's going to be a subset of the investigation here. But let's just kind of tease this out in very generic terms. If you're up there in the helicopter, from what I was reading today, some of this ambient light, that's how you described it, that is moving can appear optically to stand still, somewhat of an illusion. And so are there blind spots in the air for aircraft, even at night here? I think people are trying to grapple with just getting into the mindset of these pilots, what they see, what they are hearing, especially at night, going into Reagan, going to land essentially, and what is around them. The technology's there, right?
Well, the technology is kind of there. One of the things they talk about is TCAS. That's for collision avoidance system.
TCAS, yeah.
And TCAS is on the civilian flight. So TCAS is on the RJ, the regional jet. They would have that. Military does not have TCAS because military aircraft fly in formation all the time. So if they had it, it'd be going off all the time. Even with that said, on these airliners, once they get close to the ground, they won't necessarily turn it off, but they may mute it. That's normal standard procedure because once you get close to the ground, it's picking up on stuff. The fact that you're close to the ground is one of the things, but it's picking up on all sorts of things that will set it off. So in order to avoid just being constantly distracted by it, they'll turn it on. So that safety system there, when you get low to the ground, isn't really that valuable because they're coming in for a landing. They are focused on coming in to land. Their focus is on putting the aircraft, the landing gear, on the runway at a particular point in space, if you will. That's what their focus is. Now, as far as what the helicopter sees, they're flying a very set corridor. And that is something that's been established a long time ago. Generally speaking, it's supposed to be one of the pilots at least should have been doing VFR, visual flight, in terms of what's going on, not wearing the night vision goggles because that is a VFR area because it is so condensed. The other airports you can land on instruments, but not a Reagan. It has to be VFR. But the problem is you've got so much stuff going on. As a very experienced naval intelligence officer pointed out to me, who's been to DC, stationed in DC a lot, he goes, one of the problems they have coming in is you've got so many red lights on top of all the buildings going on. So if you're looking at basically for other aircraft, and you're looking for the red lights, whatever, it says you look around, you see nothing but red lights and other lights all around. You put on night vision goggles, that becomes even more complex. And then, of course, even visually at night, when you have an aircraft that's coming at you or going away, it's difficult to judge distance. If you put on night vision goggles, it becomes extremely hard to judge distance.
I see.
So again, NTSB is going to look at this. They're going to factor all these things into their investigation to figure out what went wrong. But there could be a variety of different things. And then, of course, the one thing I just want to kind of go back to is there was that change of runway at the last moment. And it could be that the helicopter pilots were thinking one thing. The RJ was actually in a different location in the sky than where they thought it was. And so that's something else that NTSB is going to have to look at.
Hal, what's the Army's role in the investigation? Any?
Oh, yeah. There's a whole Army Aviation branch that looks at this, and they're investigating it. Obviously, they're working hand in glove with NTSB on this, and they're also working with Criminal Investigation Division. The other side, that's CID. The reason they have to do that is the human factor as well. They're going to be looking at the pilot, the co-pilot, certainly from the military side, to find out if there's anything going on with them. Do they have any medical issues? Do they have any personal problems? It is very rare, extremely rare in the military, but it does happen more in civilian aircraft that you have suicide by pilot. That sometimes happens. But they're going to have to, again, rule that out. They've got to go through and they've got to look at all these things. And of course, they'll be looking at any medications, any substance use, anything like that, that potentially could have played a factor in any way, shape, or form. And some of it could be if they were on medication and maybe it affected their vision or something like that. That would be something that they would take a hard look at as well. Okay. So there is a very, very extensive Army aviation, Army.
All right, we do apologize there. It seems like we lost Hal Kempfer's shot there. Unfortunately, he was providing such a great insight, and we'll hopefully make sure to bring him back in. What you're looking at right now, though, is outside that Hyatt Regency Hotel in Bethesda, Maryland. You see some of these charter buses, presumably, I would imagine, going to be chartering some of the victims' family members who have to come now to D.C. To experience the worst news imaginable.
All right.
So we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll get Hal Kempfer back on the horn here. I know I have a lot of questions still. And okay, it looks like we do have Hal Kempfer. I'm sorry about that tech mishap. It's live TV, you know, as it is. We're going to join with him once again here. Hal, I did want to ask as well about some of the search and now rescue and now recovery operations. You know, there was this sense last night, and it was being reported, and maybe now in hindsight it was somewhat false hope, but it was being reported that survivors were being pulled from the very, very cold, chilly Potomac. Obviously, that is not the case. All 67 of these individuals presumed dead this morning, and that was said as much at the first press conference of the morning here. If you can, I know you have experience in these types of situations, walk through how they make that determination, how quickly they make that determination, and why some of that reporting was out there last night when in all reality, the grim reality was that no one survived this midair collision here. And I can't imagine, you know, some of the friends and family of those on board the helicopter and the plane here, seeing that reporting. It must have been so heart-wrenching, somewhat of a false hope there. But how do these now recovery operations go from here? Will the emergency management teams on the ground, and there's a lot of them, will they ultimately decide that the recovery operation has to stop?
Well, the recovery operation is going to go on for a very long time. The rescue operation did stop fairly early. And one of the things, now I should mention, there is precedence for a airliner going in the Potomac in 1982. In January, same thing, extremely cold at that time. The weather was much worse. An Air Florida flight was taking off from Reagan, which was then not called Reagan, it's called National. And it crashed onto the 14th Street Bridge. And there's a few people that survived. In fact, there was a very famous case where somebody jumped in the water and pulled somebody out and saved their life. And President Reagan himself actually lauded him publicly for his heroism in doing that. So I think what you have, though, on the Potomac, to give you an idea of how complex it is, it's the National Capital Region, yes. But you've got two states involved. You got Maryland and Florida, and Maryland and Virginia. And then you have the District of Columbia. So you have an interesting jurisdictional issue with, you know, multiple governors. You got the District of Columbia. You've instantly got civil and military. You got civil aviation and a military aircraft combining. There is a joint task force for the National Capital Region for military stuff, working civil military. But then again, there is also a very robust civil side, which will set up unified command. They practice, these are normal exercises to plan for aviation mishaps like this, but the water at this time of year is extremely cold. And one of the big things they had to factor in is how long could somebody survive if they were in the water?
Okay.
And that's why the rescue portion was so short, was because they realized if they're in there for about a half hour, the chances are that they're no longer alive. And so that's why you didn't see a long rescue thing. Then it goes to the recovery. Now, a difference is when they're doing the rescue piece, for example, they had divers going in when they were hopeful they could save somebody maybe in an air pocket in the plane or something. divers are going in there with dry suits because it's so cold, and they were reportedly ripping the dry suits open, trying to get through the wreckage to try and save anyone, to do what they could. That's very dangerous for the divers, particularly at night. Once it moved to recovery, everything slows down.
Okay.
There's no lives at stake, no reason that you need to take undue risk in order to do this. So that's why you don't see diving operations at night, is because of the risk factor. So it's going to be a slower, more methodical recovery of remains, and then also recovery of everything else to include all the equipment and wreckage and everything.
All right, Hal Kemper, I know you've had a busy day and you've been on TV.
All right. So we're waiting on the press conference here. New press conference happening. Let me see about updates. What do you post? Black box. Oh yeah, this is one I kind of wanted to take a look at too. Washington D.C. plane aviation experts perplexed. The other thought I had in my head, I hope they recover everybody. Like, imagine if they don't recover everybody. There was two things I wanted to take a look at, actually. Pull some of this out.
It's very...
That, and then there was an article about the FAA. New York Post. Uh-oh. Hold on. Check this out. Hell no. They're saying, check this out. Let me put it up on the screen for you guys. Oh no. They're saying Washington, D.C. Let me make it bigger while we wait. Washington, D.C. plane crash. Controller went home early before collision. Unusual deviation, according to report. So they went home early that day, one of the people. The Federal Aviation Administration says staffing levels were below the normal amount, even though the union president says that's perfectly fine. There's nothing normal. Two people manning a 4-position job. When the deadly plane crash occurred over the Washington, D.C., it looks like it was a decision made by a supervisor. The New York Times, citing an anonymous source, says an air traffic controller supervisor combined the responsibilities of handling both helicopters and plane flight paths before the usual time, though it's currently unclear why. Basically, before 9:30 p.m., Reagan Washington National Airport has 2 controllers. One to handle the choppers and the other to handle the airplanes. And after 9:30, they transitioned to only one person because traffic lessened significantly. However, New York Times says the supervisor combined the roles before 9:30. Deviation from the usual routine. We've reached out to Reagan National to confirm, but either way, the FAA already said staffers were not normal for the time of the day and volume of traffic. So, before 9:30 p.m., they have 2 controllers, one for the choppers, one for the airplanes. And after 9:30, they transitioned to one person. So they're saying that for some reason, they went ahead and did this before 9:30. So was there only one person manning this stuff? That's what it seems like. There's been tons of speculation around what caused the crash, further spurred by President Trump, who suggested diversity hiring initiatives led to the tragic incident. Wow. Uh-oh. This is going to be interesting to see what comes out through the investigation. Go home early. Take the night off. Enjoy yourself.
Puzzling in that I believe there was one camera that caught the whole thing where it looked like the helicopter flew right into the back of the plane and they both crashed. So that's very confusing. The air traffic controller apparently was talking to the helicopter pilot and said maintain visual separation from the American Airlines jet. And apparently that pilot acknowledged those instructions. So that's why I think this is very perplexing. It's hard to know. You know, did the helicopter pilot get confused? Was there a medical episode? Military aircraft can do training exercises anytime during the day. They can operate in and out of civilian airports as well. In fact, around the country, we even have major airports that are both joint military and civilian. So they can do that. But my overarching question is, you know, and it's hard to know, what was the helicopter pilot thinking? The American Airlines jet was on final approach to runway 33. They're in the landing configuration, which means they have all their lights on, including landing lights. It's a clear night. How can you not see the plane? We also have technology on board our planes, one of which is an instrument called a traffic collision avoidance system, or a TCAS. And what that does, it shows all the planes that are around us within about a 5 mile or 10 mile radius. Right. And it shows how high above us they are, how high or how far below us they are, so that we're aware. So if one gets close to the plane, you'll hear the TCAS, traffic, right? And so that's the other thing. You know, aircraft technology is modernized. That's why there are just so many questions here. It just doesn't make sense. I think we're really going to find out once forensic scientists are able to analyze the cockpit voice recorder and the airplane data recorder. Then we'll really know what's happened. But based on the preliminary materials we have, you know, the conversation with the air traffic controller, apparently there were other airline pilots taxiing to the runway at Reagan, and they said they witnessed the whole thing. I'm sure the FAA and the NTSB are going to want to interview them. So there are a lot of pieces here that need to be put together, and they will. It's just going to take time.
Was this accident preventable? The answer is probably. I can tell you that the airspace in and around Washington, D.C. is the most restricted, regulated, controlled, complex airspace in the country. There are several layers of security rings around Washington, D.C. ever since 9/11. And that accident happened within a couple miles of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, which is inside what's called the flight restricted zone. Any aircraft flying in that area is under direct and specific control of air traffic control, including that helicopter and that airliner. So if it's, the answer is yes, it was probably preventable, and that's exactly what the NTSB will uncover in their investigation. The NTSB is going to have incredible amounts of data to analyze. They're going to recover the aircraft pieces, the cockpit voice recorders, the flight data recorders. They'll have the radar images. They'll have the multiple video angles, I'm sure, from around that part of DC and Northern Virginia. So they're going to have ample evidence. I doubt that they're going to come up with an unknown cause. They're going to know exactly what all the communications were, the speed and altitude of the helicopter, the approach path of the airliner. The military training is, bar none, exquisitely great. It's excellent training that the military pilots receive in all branches of the service. So I would probably encourage listeners not to cast an assessment on 500 or 1,000 hours of training. That training is top-notch, whether it's helicopter or fixed wing or jet or Army or Navy or Air Force.
Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all of the perishable evidence and all of the fact finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. All right, waiting on the presser. So, interesting information about this person that supposedly left their shift early before the time where the traffic slows down. And there was talk this morning, well, kind of just lately, there's talk about 1,000 applicants turned based on race. How is that possible? What? Based on race, 1,000 applicants turned away. I thought it was supposed to. What does this say? Let's see.
Aviation Administration for allegedly turning away qualified air traffic controllers based solely on race.
The lawsuit could set a new
Isn't that crazy? Like they did this stuff because of racism and to stop racism, but it's racist in itself. Isn't that crazy? Like the people that talk about it the most are the racists themselves, or these programs put in. They turned away 1,000 people
for allegedly turning away qualified air traffic controllers based solely on race.
The lawsuit could set a new precedent and force companies to hire employees based on their skills.
Shocking. Wow.
And nothing else.
Joining us now, former Nevada
I wonder what race is to you.
Attorney General and Mountain States Legal Foundation co-counsel Adam Laxalt. Adam, great to see you. Explain how this
Thanks for having me.
How this lawsuit works, because the FAA was using a quiz, in essence, or a questionnaire that locked out, according to the lawsuit, several thousand people indirectly based on their race. But Congress got rid of this questionnaire. So explain the harm now.
Yeah, so we represent nearly 1,000 people that were about to be air traffic controllers, and this is at the end of the Obama administration. They had done all the FAA schooling, which up till that time for 2 decades graduated. 100% of those people went on to be air traffic controllers. They passed the normal test, and then the Obama administration said that the class was too white. And so they threw out the test and threw out all these applicants with it. And that's the group of citizens that we represent. Their careers were derailed. Their lives have been upended. So it's important that we get justice for them. But obviously it's important that cases like this highlight that these practices were going on in the federal government, and they could still be going on in any agency in America, and especially when you're dealing with air traffic control. You know, I want to emphasize the Wall Street Journal just did a report a couple months ago that said that, you know, we're at 75% staffing for these air traffic controllers across the country. So when you travel and you have a delay, it's because there aren't enough of these people. When you see these near incidents in air traffic control, it's because there are not enough people. There are only 14,000 air traffic controllers. 1,000 were scrapped a decade ago. And the bottom line is they've never made up. Losing all of this pipeline, they can't make it up. And who knows the standards they're using now to try to fill that. But all Americans agree these have to be the best and brightest to keep us all safe.
That's crazy. That is crazy. That's insane, man. Hit with a class action lawsuit. 1,000 people were denied the jobs because of diversity hiring targets. So I guess if they don't meet the target of races that they want, they just turn away the other ones. Brigidia, who is white, alleges he was discriminated against solely based on his race when his application was rejected, court papers state. The would-be air traffic controller who graduated from the Arizona State University Collegiate Training Initiative in 2013 was turned down for a job, even though he had scored 100% on the training exam? What the? Oh, that's a pretty cool picture. So he scored 100. You're like, you know what? Sorry. Go figure. Do something else in your life. All the time you spent in school and everything else. Sorry. Takeoff. Flight 4342 begins approaching American Nationals runway. The lawsuit adds to the mounting criticism the FAA has faced this week over hiring policies. Asked if he thought years of diversity hiring ensured that aviation accident was bound to happen, and he told the Telegraph, yes, that's kind of accurate. His assessment came from as the FAA revealed that the air traffic controller on duty at the time of the passenger plane Black Hawk helicopter crash late Wednesday was doing the work of 2 people. Looks like maybe they're about to get started here. Oh, they even posted the picture. Be careful, man. They might cancel you, bro. Well, he's in the lawsuit anyway, but... Andrew Vergidia. They're saying who works now in the FAA as a program manager said he hoped Trump would immediately work to fix the apparent staffing crisis. Okay. Crazy.
Yes, my mom's awesome, but she had cancer. She has hair. Yeah, she's fine. This is
It's definitely not 10 minutes.
Yes,
it's definitely not.
Mamma mia. So we had the trans person that was falsely accused this morning of being a pilot on the plane, and they're not the pilot. They're alive. Very much alive and well.
What time's the catering get here with lunch?
In-house media mic check 1. In-house media mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I've been doing mic checks all morning.
From where the head honcho they got everything. So I was going to see.
Let's check out this one. So this article is from TMZ that we just read, talking about the person that went home early. New York Post has also posted it. Yep, a supervisor let the air traffic controller leave early from his shift shortly before Wednesday night's deadly collision. As a result, a single controller was monitoring both airplanes and helicopters flying in the area. Damn, bro. One controller is typically in charge of helicopters while the other is in charge of airplanes. According to radio transmissions from Wednesday night, the lone controller warned the U.S. Army Black Hawk that it was getting too close to the American Airlines passenger flight, which the experienced helicopter pilot acknowledged. Experts believe the helicopter pilot may have maneuvered to avoid the wrong plane, a jet of the same model that was taken off farther away and never saw the American Airlines flight until it was too late.
Said yeah, it's gonna be same time as the White House. Yeah, at least 1 o'clock probably at the earliest.
But they say 1 o'clock.
sounds like there's an NTSB press briefing
Secretary, goose egg. Now, I'm just an old boy from Walton County, just right over here, and I know what zero means. That means you didn't get contacted, right? So at that point, I've been putting letters in, trying to get it on, put them on record to tell me where everybody's at. Heck, they got a CBP One app. I was like, you pay for an app, and you can't even tell me where these folks are at? How do we know what type of services they need? How do we know what's going on? Refused. But since
Governor DeSantis and Florida officials on illegal immigration. Yeah, they've been taking people over here in South Florida. People getting snatched up.
President Trump's in, and the new leaderships are coming in. The door's open. We are talking direct back and forth. I've talked to the new state and local law enforcement advisor, which is former Sheriff Keith Pearson out of St. Lucie County. He's already telling me, what do you need? We're trying. We're going to everything we get. So I'm talking to senior officials again back at DHS. But let me give you this stat.
All right. Let's see what else we got. Everybody's waiting on this press conference right now. That's what most of the news stations that are covering this are streaming. Let's see. Night flying challenges. Fatal DC plane crash sparks questions about visibility.
Look into the mid-air collision in Washington, D.C. The crash raises many questions, many about visibility near the airport, especially at night.
And Stephen Holt is a pilot in addition to being a journalist. We've been relying on him a lot here in the newsroom over the last day. To give us an aviator's perspective on all this, so Stephen, break it down for us.
Yeah, so Alexander, let me break down the approach here, show you the path into Reagan National Airport. Flight 5342, PSA Airlines, call sign Blue Streak, was the regional jet. They were coming northbound along the Potomac River, landing on runway 33 here. The helicopter, Pat 25, was the chopper. They were coming down as that jet was cleared to land, which technically gave the jet the right of way there. We know from liveatc.net that the tower warned that flight, Pat 25, that they had landing traffic in front of them. The chopper pilot responded, said they had the traffic in sight, and they would maintain visual separation. They would avoid that traffic, but for reasons unknown, they did not stay separated. Now, I wanted to point out it can be extremely challenging to spot other airplanes at night. This is a picture for anyone who's gone through private pilot training. This is what you see in the FAA pilot handbook. It shows the location of the navigation lights on a typical airplane. You've got the red and green lights on the wings. You would also have strobe lights flashing on the wings as well. A white light there on the tail. And then on the CRJ, there would be bright landing lights on the wing roots here and then on the nose. Now, imagine trying to find all that when this is what you see out that front cockpit window. This is not D.C., but it represents flying at night in a populated area. Can you see the runway right there? There's a runway right there. Pretty hard to spot out there. A ton of light pollution in an urban area. That could make it very difficult to pick out other aircraft that may be in your path. I spoke with Charlie Hilbrad. He's a commercial pilot and flight instructor who has about 1,000 hours flying the CRJ regional jet. He shared with me some of the challenges of flying at night in a very busy, complex area like D.C.
When it's dark, judging the aircraft's distance away from you is nearly impossible. Whereas during the daytime, you can kind of make out, okay, I see some wings, I see a tail, it's probably a mile away. At night, it's not possible because all you see is lights. And the sea of lights, especially in a busy...
Supposedly, according to this one page, so they got really mad when Trump said this too, I guess. Breaking: U.S. military Black Hawk helicopter involved in fatal midair collision with American Airlines jet on final approach to DCA was reportedly flying higher than and outside its approved flight path. That's the claim. I'm going to see if I can find more sources about and confirm this. That the helicopter is flying higher than it was supposed to and outside of its flight path. Let's see if we can check that out.
Busy area like Reagan National, the sea of lights just kind of blend together. Reagan National is already a really complex airport to fly into. There are multiple intersecting runways, tight airport constraints, very busy air traffic control. And unlike a lot of other airports, Reagan National specifically requires a specific approach that it's not always that straightforward.
It's a turning approach into the runway there. Extremely early in this investigation. As the recovery mission continues, of course, the next phase will be gathering the physical evidence from the wreckage. NTSB investigators are there on the scene in D.C. They're going to be using those recorders, the cockpit voice recorders from the CRJ and potentially from the Black Hawk helicopter as well. There may be some recording devices on there. They'll be using those and hopefully to determine if the two flight crews actually did see each other that night across the Potomac.
You make such a good point, Steph, because we're so glad we have video, but to see it from what it might have looked like out of the cockpit, from up above. All of our shots are from the ground. That's not what pilots are seeing. That's not how they're viewed.
It's a real challenge, and it ultimately is the pilot's responsibility to see and avoid other traffic. We'll have to see what the NTSB finds out.
Thanks for that perspective.
You're welcome.
Okay, so there's quite a few things. The lawsuit that we talked about, that they're alleging that I guess they've turned away. It seems like I don't know if it's just white people or others too, but 1,000 people saying they got turned away based on their race. The inclusivity people are not inclusive of particular races, I guess. And let me see what else. And then we have the whole thing where this person left early on a shift. I guess the supervisor let them leave earlier than that of the crash. And so they were shorter than normal. They were already short, but shorter than extra short. And only one person manning, I guess. The planes and the choppers. Crazy. Let's see what else we got here. And we're still waiting on this press conference to happen. I'm taking a look at the live updates. The pilot for the Black Hawk was experienced. The pilot was not trans. That was like a viral post all over the internet. And so this trans Black Hawk pilot had to come out and be like, I wasn't the pilot for that flight. I'm alive. I think they made a post, proof of life. I'm alive. It's not me. So they're saying now, as of Friday morning, 41 bodies have been recovered from the icy Potomac River. Federal workers are urged to find more productive jobs in the private sector. What's that about? Late on Thursday, the most difficult day for the Federal Aviation Administration employees had faced in decades, they received an email from government personnel officials reiterating an offer from earlier this week. In a mass email sent to federal employees just before 8:30 p.m., almost exactly 24 hours after the crash, the Office of Personnel Management encouraged FAA workers, including air traffic controllers, to look for new jobs outside of the government where they might have an opportunity to be more productive. What? The email said, we encourage you to find a job in the private sector as soon as you would like to do so, stated in the email, which was reviewed by the New York Times. The way to greater American prosperity is encouraging people to move from lower productivity jobs in the public sector to higher productivity jobs in the private sector. That's interesting. I'm just letting you know, go find another job. I did read somewhere too that they paused helicopter flights, allegedly, around that airport. And they're still talking a lot about what Trump said. President Trump continued to speculate publicly about the causes of the crash, even as federal investigators said they had just begun their work. In a social media post this morning, Trump wrote, the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high, that's actually what we just read, a report saying that it was, or somewhere we read that, supposed that it was flying too high. We'll have to wait and see, but and it says here the air traffic controller tower had given the helicopter pilot permission to fly no higher than 200 feet, said the people who were not authorized to speak about the matter. So, I mean, and the plane I thought was like at 400 feet. So maybe it was flying higher than it was supposed to be. I don't know. And they were saying that he was racist and a white supremacist. The video that I played the first thing in the morning, there was some caucus people, whatever, saying that. And so, yeah, the FAA implements new helicopter restrictions in the DC area. So they're saying here, Zone 1, which covers the airspace between the certain bridges, is currently not active. In Zone 4, helicopters are now only permitted to fly south of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. The FAA said that exceptions will be made for medical evacuation and law enforcement operations. So they're cutting back right now, it looks like, on helicopter traffic. And it looks like they're still trying to locate the helicopter's black box. Cedarville University student Grace Maxwell was on the American Eagle flight after attending her grandfather's funeral, the university said in a press conference. Thomas White, president of Ohio College, told reporters that he spoke to Maxwell's father yesterday after the news broke of the crash. Okay. White said Maxwell's father revealed that she was on the plane because she was returning back to the campus in Ohio after attending funeral services for her grandfather. That's crazy, dude. You fly out to attend a funeral service for your grandfather, and on the way back, you get killed. Wow. Okay. Okay, everybody's still waiting on this lady, the mayor of DC. Mayor Bowser. First post. Everybody's talking about what Trump said yesterday. You would have thought he said it today.
I'd like to request a moment of silence for the victims and their families, please. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine?
Are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity.
If you're talking about Captain Steve, reputable Ryan, yes, I played it earlier in the stream. Really good video.
Elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made.
No way, Steph. Oh my God.
The mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense. Okay.
Uh-oh. There's another clip here. So this lady, I saw a clip of her yesterday. I think it was on TMZ. I think TMZ, we played it. Here's a full interview. So I want to bring in this just dropped 2 hours ago, and she's an ex-Black Hawk pilot.
Elizabeth McCormick, a former Black Hawk helicopter pilot, and Cedric Layton, CNN military analyst and retired Air Force colonel. Elizabeth, let me start with you. An Army pilot who has flown Black Hawk helicopters, like you, in this area around Reagan National Airport, told CNN's reporter Haley Pritzky that the Army's flights are routinely planned down to the tiniest detail. This pilot said that based on the risk, the briefer will approve or disapprove parts of the flight plan. That assessment is then run by the unit's commander, then submitted to the FAA. So if it went through all of those levels, the question, of course, is just how could this have happened?
Well, I believe there's three things that happened. If it had just been one, it wouldn't have been an issue, but three different things happened. First of all, they only had a crew of 3. And if you're flying a visual flight plan in a crowded airspace like this, they really should have had 2 crew chiefs in the back of the helicopter to clear each side, as the pilots only have visibility from straight ahead 12 to 3 o'clock, or 12 from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So you only have visibility of the front 180 degrees. Your crew chiefs clear the back. If you only have 1 crew chief, how much can you clear? So I think that was a major issue.
So
and
that's
well
interesting.
As the, yeah, go ahead.
Keep going. Well, so are you saying instead of a crew of 3, it should have been a crew of 4? How many people should have been on the helicopter? And then please continue with your other 2 points.
Yes, so 3 is a minimum crew for a Black Hawk helicopter. In my opinion, when you're going into visual flight mode in a crowded airspace like this, it should be a minimum of 4. So you have a pilot on each side for visibility. That's the first one. The second one is, it is, whether they were on night vision goggles at that time or not, it is a very cluttered airspace with a lot of lighting and the lights reflecting on the river. And so with that, it's easy to kind of get a little disoriented as far as the height. They were supposed to be at 200 feet, which is the helicopter routing in that area, and it wouldn't have been a conflict, but they were not at 200 feet. Obviously, reportedly, the incident happened at around 350 to 400 feet as the airliner was descending. So that they were at the wrong height. So that's a pilot error. The first would be a policy error or choice. And then the third is air traffic control said, do you have the CRJ in sight? Well, there were two aircraft in their field of view, and actually only one was really obvious to them. And that was if you watch the video, the aircraft taking off in the foreground is probably the one they were facing, the pilots were facing, and said, yeah, I got it. The air traffic control should have said, do you have the aircraft at 5 o'clock? So they were looking at the rear. If they had done that, the Black Hawk is maneuverable. The Black Hawk could have moved out of the way quickly. They can move on a dime and make that happen.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people said. Chopper could have stopped. Literally just could have hovered or maneuvered or whatever. And there's a conversation about the height, the altitude that the helicopter was flying at. And so she's saying as well that like it seems like it was higher than it was supposed to be.
And it wouldn't have happened.
Cedric, that's one of the most informed explanations I've heard of what possibly went wrong that I've yet. Thank you so much for that. Do you agree with what you had to say?
Yeah, basically I do, Jake. Elizabeth has obviously a wealth of experience with this. And when you look at the way in which the crews are set up for Black Hawk helicopters, that's a critical thing.
And the night vision goggles.
You know, you've got the mission planning piece that you mentioned, and as Elizabeth was explaining, there are also so many concerns that they have to really look at, including not only the weather and not only air traffic considerations, but also what kind of things they can expect in terms of topographical features and things like that. And that should be a given. But there are things that change sometimes. Sometimes there's new construction and things like that. And so they have to have as much meticulous planning as possible. And if that planning isn't taken into consideration and isn't done in the right way, then of course there could be significant consequences. Not saying that happened here, of course.
Right. We don't know. We're just trying to make informed observations about what possibly happened. Obviously, Elizabeth says that the Black Hawk was supposed to be at 200 feet, and it was actually at 350. Right.
So that's what I talked about, like the Swiss cheese thing. Maybe the control tower could have communicated, like she said, east, west, north, whatever. Visual. So.
Is that easy? Is that a mistake that's easy to make to be at 350 when you think you're at 200 feet?
Not normally, because the altimeter, which measures your altitude, is supposed to be calibrated to be exact, and you should never fly an aircraft that doesn't have that kind of an instrument calibrated properly. So that should not happen. If they, for some reason flew at 300 instead of 200, that could be a significant issue, and that could explain why they were flying, where they were flying, and at what altitude they were flying. So it is a significant thing that the NTSB is definitely going to have to look at.
All right, fascinating stuff. Cedric Layton here and Elizabeth McCormick, thanks to both of you.
For more on this, I want to bring in CNN's Danny Freeman, who is here with me at Reagan National Airport. And Danny, obviously, anyone who lives in this area has flown inside this airport a million times and understands how busy these runways are. This was actually a huge fight in Congress last year because lawmakers want to always add a direct flight so they can get back home easily on the weekends when they're out of session. But lawmakers from Virginia and from Maryland were expressing a lot of concern about adding more flights to put in this airspace, given how congested it already was.
Yeah, you heard Senator Tim Kaine speak about that a lot, both last night and, of course, today as well, that this has been a concern that he's been talking about for quite some time. And I think you can expect to hear more about that, not only because of the tragedy that happened yesterday, but also because part of our CNN Investigates team, they've been unveiling, or I should say reporting on, near misses, specifically here at Reagan National Airport in the past, that have also specifically happened when it comes to landing around helicopters. According to, again, some of our CNN Investigates teammates, in the past 3 years, at least 2 other pilots have reported near misses, specifically where they had to make evasive maneuvers with passenger planes to...
Bro, the planes having to make evasive maneuvers to avoid the helicopters.
Avoid hitting helicopters as they were coming in for a landing. So you can expect that piece of information to definitely get more scrutiny and perhaps fuel more fire to this conversation about if there perhaps is too much traffic in general, but also when it comes to these helicopters flying sometimes routine missions around this area.
Yeah, and that was something that stood out to me today from that briefing that we had at the White House, where the new Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, was there, and he was essentially saying that he said the pilots on the helicopter were fairly experienced. We know it was 3 members. That's pretty standard for a lot of these training flights, which we thought it was a training flight because it happened at night. He said that this one was a continuity of government flight. We know that we had heard that sometimes they do these where essentially if there was something that had to happen and they had to whisk someone, a senior congressional leader, for example, out of wherever they were in Washington, it would be a flight like this where it would happen. So that's why these helicopters were flying so close to the airspace.
Well, and Caitlin, I mean, we heard from Natasha Bertrand today, also from the Pentagon, saying that these pilots aboard that Black Hawk helicopter had as much as 1,500 hours of experience. So again, to your point, these were not inexperienced people who are behind the controls here, but we're still waiting to see just what went so wrong last night.
Danny Freeman, thank you for that. And also, a former attack helicopter pilot is here with me now. And Colonel, thank you for being here. Can you just, as someone who has done this, can you tell us, one, what it's like and how challenging it is to fly over in this airspace?
Thank you. It is very challenging. I've flown Marine Cobras right there on the low-level route around Reagan National Airport, several decades ago. It's very difficult. You're working with air traffic control nonstop, and you're focused completely on ensuring that in my time, you couldn't go above 100 feet above the ground level. And so it's very challenging, but it's very doable.
And so what was the first thought that went through your head when you heard this? Because, we heard a small plane had crashed in the Potomac. That was the initial report. And obviously we got a lot more information. But the minute I heard Black Hawk helicopter, I mean, it was just stunning to hear that it had collided with a passenger plane.
Well, the first thing when I heard the news is I was very confident that we're not going to be any survivors. We've had several mishaps over our years in the military that I've been in, and almost always a midair results in complete fatalities. Sometimes people are able to survive, but rarely. So I was very upset, and I felt for the families of the soldiers as well as all the civilians on the airplane.
Yeah, and as did we, of course, those 3 soldiers who were serving and were on that Black Hawk helicopter. Colonel, thank you for coming on and sharing your expertise with me tonight.
Okay. Let's see what this guy's posted an hour ago. So this person that I just came to know his channel, I think yesterday, Aviation, posted a video about TCAS avoided collision with Army helicopter over the Potomac River, the same river where this crash happened that we're talking about. So I guess TCAS can work and detect helicopters and stuff, or maybe it just depends. January 29, 2025, approximately 24 hours. Okay, so this is 24 hours before the fatal midair crash between the CRJ and the Army helicopter.
Pat 1, Roger, and Pat 1, wind calm, watch out, altimeter 2970.
So Pat 11 is the helicopter. I'm going to have to make this a little bigger, but...
And Pat 11, traffic's going to be approaching Cabin John, continuing down the river. It's going to be a southwest 3,500, descending, landing runway 1. Request visual separation, Pat 11.
What the?
Southwest 3565 on the RMP 019. Southwest 3565, Washington Tower, runway 19, clear to land, traffic will depart.
Southwest 3565 Washington Tower. Runway 19 cleared to land. So the 3565 is like right here above, and they've been cleared to land. Traffic will depart, continue reducing the final approach speed, and in the meantime, you have the helicopter at 11 here.
Continue reduce the final approach speed. Additional traffic is going to be a helicopter over.
Additional traffic is going to be a helicopter over the Memorial Bridge, VFR, visual flight at 200 feet. They have you in sight.
Memorial Bridge, VFR northwest down 200 feet. They have you in sight. Maintaining visual separation as they continue up the river.
Maintaining visual separation.
Yeah, Southwest 3565 copies all.
Audio and radar are in sync and in real time from this point on.
Brickyard 4385. Maintain visual separation starting company in the upwind. Traffic will follow you visually. Traffic 4 mile final way 19, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff.
Brickyard 4385, maintain visual separation from departing company. In the upwind, traffic will follow you visually.
Starting company in the upwind, traffic will follow you visually. Traffic 4 mile final way 19, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff 19, maintain visual. Brickyard 4385. American 365, watch out. See the move around the corner, runway 19, line up, wait, advise you the inbound sight and can maintain visual separation. Traffic 4 mile final. 19, line up, wait, number inside American 365. And Southwest 3565, in addition to that helicopter traffic departing.
So you see the difference here between the radio traffic that we're listening to now. This was, I guess, the day before the crash. Is the communication to me seems way better. I guess this was a near miss incident, but multiple times you hear them talking about this helicopter and Southwest 3565. In addition to that helicopter traffic departing 19, traffic will hold in position on 15 for you.
Starting 19, traffic will hold in position 15 for you. Southwest 3565, copy. Up tomorrow. Pat 1, watch out, Roger.
Pat 11, Tower, Roger, maintain visual separation from Southwest. The multiple times there's communication, and they still look like they're on a colliding path so far.
Maintain visual separation, Southwest off your nose. Maintain, Pat 1. Brickyard 4492, best forward speed down the river again. 3 parts to follow you visually, contact no park.
Look at that.
Best forward speed down the river and over departure, Brickyard 4492. American 365.
Look at this shit. It's literally like a repeat.
This fresh starting Ember in the upwind. Traffic approaching a 2.5 mile final for your runway.
And you see the CA? CA means, I don't know what that means, crash alert or something. It means something. It's some type of alert.
As well, runway 19 clear for takeoff. 19 clear for takeoff. Maintain visual separation, American 335. Brickyard 4385. Traffic your follows indicating 180 knots. And again, American follows you visually. Contact no park.
And then look, there's like some beeping sound. They both have the CA thing. I don't know what their altitudes are. Look at this shit.
Right, and Richard Roger, Brickyard 4385. Roger that.
Love the channel. Thank you for all you cover, Mel.
1400 Brazil 19.
Thanks, Mindy.
4514 watch out. Reduce the final approach speed. Runway 19 clear to land. Traffic will depart. Additional traffic is a helicopter over
Collision
Georgetown,
alert.
northbound, 300 feet.
All right, slowing it down. Final approach speed 19 clear to land. Pick out 4514. Looking for traffic.
Roger. Pat 1 traffic 2 miles north of your position. Embraer 1900 descending. Landing runway 19.
Visual separation. So the plane passed.
Tower, Victor, 4495 is River Visual 19.
He's going along the river. Controller switch in progress. And then again, now with the other airplane that's coming.
495, River Visual 19.
We got 4495 Washington Tower, runway 19 clear to land. Traffic departs by your album.
19 clear to land, Victor, 4495.
American 365, the score being contact with home departure. Good day.
Departure American 365.
Wow.
Blue Street 5384, the winds are showing 160 at 3, runway 15. Ready to take off.
Hey, Tower, we had a RA, but 4514 is going around.
That big 4514, so would you like to go around? Appears to be going around, so go around. Turn right heading 250, climb maintain 3000.
250, climb maintain 3000, break out 4514.
3565, turn right taxi, Foxtrot right on Juliet, ground point 7.
Right Fox, right Juliet, ground point 7, 25.
Break out 4514, we'll try it again with Potomac on 124.7.
124.7, break out 4514. From Brickyard 4514 is going around, turning on to 250, 3000.
He's going around, okay.
We got 4514.
I think that's it. Oh, another one here, though? The Pat 11 at the top again. What was this?
After traffic below us, Brickyard 4514.
Hold on. Brickyard 41. Brickyard 4514. What was the reason for the go around?
We had an RA with the helicopter traffic below us, Brickyard 45.
We had an RA. What does that mean? Had an RA with the chopper, helicopter traffic below us.
14.
RP A4514 was resequenced for another approach. So they had to take another approach. Okay. I guess that's it. I'd like to see if Captain Steve break that down. I don't know when this press conference is starting. I guess 1 o'clock. Wasn't planning on staying on that long, but I guess we'll hang out. It's only 20 minutes away. Let's see what's going on in the background. What happened, Mayor Bowser?
Looking forward to renewing my pro-purchase program application. 3 weeks seems like a lot more time. Have a customer in the past, still working in the Associated Press.
Bowser.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
On a different story, just completely unrelated, but just kind of weird, because it makes me think of that Liam Payne.
Young and Surly donated $5 through Super Chat. Sounds like we can blame Obama then for shortage of air traffic controllers. Trump will be relieved that is not his fault. Lol.
Thanks for the vibe. For those, I don't know if you guys heard of that guy, Liam Payne, that like fell off a balcony or jumped off a balcony. I guess he was allegedly high on drugs and stuff. Well, there's this other weird situation that I see kind of popping up everywhere right now online, and it says OnlyFans star plunges to death from hotel balcony during threesome shoot. What in the heck? It says she was having a threesome in Brazil. Took a tragic turn when she plunged to her death. Ana Beatriz Pereira Alves, a.k.a. Ana Pauli, was found dead on the ground floor courtyard of the upscale Mont Blanc Apart Hotel just northwest of Rio de Janeiro last week, according to The Sun. They're digging into the details of her death as her two male scene partners are telling totally different stories about what went down during their wild filmed hookup. The co-stars, who are also OnlyFans performers, were released after questioning, but the homicide unit hasn't ruled out foul play just yet. Cops are checking the hotel CCTV, grilling the staff, and digging through Anna's phones as they piece together what really happened. The autopsy results aren't out yet, so it's unclear if she had drugs. Anna's boyfriend, believe it or not, she got a boyfriend, Pedro Henrique, and he wasn't a part of the film, apparently. He took to social media with a broken heart, and he's hoping investigators get to the bottom of what happened. She was 27 years old. Weird. All right, let's see what else we can scrounge up. Let me check. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Oh, another quick unrelated story. I guess Justin Bieber was spotted out in public, and fans are concerned because I don't know what's going on with this dude. He looks a little... Something's going on with him, I guess. Looks like it. Seems like he's been through a lot. He was spotted in New York. The 30-year-old pop star was dressed like in his signature disheveled chick style, sporting a dark jacket over a white shirt. That's a dark jacket? So, I don't know. Justin Bieber, I don't know what's going on with you, man. Bieber. Let's check for some updates. Thank you guys for coming to hang out this morning. I think most everybody's just waiting on this presser. See if we get more information. Military aircraft collisions raise questions about training and equipment, expert says. Let's check that out. Oh, it's afternoon now, though. I went by quick. What happened to today? It's Friday, though. I'm happy it's Friday.
I focus my law practice on aviation, civil and military aviation. I'm a licensed pilot. I was in the Marine Corps where I was trained as an aircraft mechanic, and I've worked on, I've investigated many, unfortunately, on many crashes. In the last, say, 10 years, there have been far too many of them. I mean, there have been some reports out there that talk about the frequency that the military has experienced really disastrous aviation incidents. Most recently, we've had the Osprey crashes, the one in California in 2022, the one in Japan, and then the one in Australia, and there have been others. And then also, there have been several incidents with Black Hawk helicopters in the past, I would say in the past 10 years, 8 years. And so it's concerning, certainly, the number of incidents that there have been. But, if you compare it to the thousands and thousands of hours of flights that occur without any incident, that's all very good. But I think it's important to focus energy and resources on understanding, why some of these have happened. Is there something that we can point to? Training, is the budget of the military sufficient to make sure that pilots and the crew have enough training and experience in order to fly those aircraft? I mean, those are the kinds of questions that have to be asked. If it's a problem with the aircraft itself, a mechanical issue, what is that? Is it a design issue? Is it a manufacturing issue? Is it a maintenance issue? Reagan Airport is a very complicated airspace, very busy airspace. So there's a lot of airplanes and aircraft flying in and out. And airplanes, are built with lights on them. And they have different colored lights that will indicate so that two pilots, where is that aircraft in proximity to me, and which direction is it traveling so I can avoid it. There's also systems within the aircraft that are designed to help give information to the pilot about what aircraft are flying nearby so they can avoid a collision like this. So, yes, looking out of the aircraft, it might have been difficult for the pilots of the regional jet to see the Black Hawk. They're flying over Washington, D.C. There are a lot of other lights that might hide the existence of the Black Hawk. Those pilots were very focused on landing the aircraft. They were cleared to land on originally, I believe, runway 1, and then they were changed to runway 33.
That's the thing too, man. It's so crazy about the way like life works, and like, I don't know, just the way like any little tiny little detail, something so maybe seems so insignificant can lead to like death, right? They were supposed to land on runway 1, which was like this, it seems to me like an easier approach, kind of straight on. And then they changed them to runway 33, which makes them seems like a kind of a sharper turn, and put them in the path of this helicopter, and that's just, crazy.
So they're very focused on flying. The Black Hawk helicopter was flying through an area that is normally used to transverse, to cross the airspace to get on the other side of the airport. I don't know what they saw, but it's possible that with the change of landing on runway 33, changed the direction of that flight of the regional jet so that they looked different from another aircraft that was maybe behind it, that was in line to land. And could a pilot get confused that way and think they're looking at the correct airplane? That's very possible. We certainly don't see midair collisions occur. There have been some near misses, that happens occasionally, where an aircraft will come within 1,000 feet of each other, or two aircraft. But I would say that is not something that happens regularly. And if that was the case here, then certainly more needs to be understood about that, and just who made that decision, how did that occur?
Think so, Patty? It's hard to like, how do you even prove those crimes, right? If somebody gets pushed off a balcony, like, how do you even prove that? Like, they were pushed or they jumped, like they that's something that could be orchestrated for sure. I mean, I think historically, I forgot, there was something I saw a long time ago, some guy that was involved with like government or something. A lot of people suspect he was killed. He just threw off a balcony, but I forgot the whole story. And somebody else said in the chat too, as far as the runway, a shorter runway. So they got changed the path that they were going to fly to, the runway they were going to land on, which was like longer, to a shorter runway and a little bit more maneuvering. Who knows if that last minute change, the people in the chopper thought it was something else, a different airplane. Man. So I'm assuming this thing's going to start at 1, because I had heard him say something. That's why sometimes I like to listen a little bit to the background. I had heard him say something about it's 1 o'clock or something. I don't know. $1 for the press conference. And at the same time, that's going to be the press secretary. She's going to be talking, Caroline. There was even rumors. I remember when the accident first happened, people were saying that the press secretary was there. And I was like, no, she's not. She just posted on Twitter. See what else? It's got a few minutes. 2025 has been crazy, isn't it? Fires. Voice and data recorders recovered, being examined. One of the there was this clip on the show. There was this flight attendant that was supposed to, I guess she had just got off the flight or something before it took off. Let's see. Flight attendant. Here it is. She was on the plane hours before, what she says. Whoa. Okay. Oh, there's a couple of things happening. Before I play this, let me do this one here. It says new video of flight attendant Ian Epstein killed in Washington, D.C. plane crash.
Welcome back here to the WRIL Live Center. At the beginning of our newscast, Carly Haynes did a story where she showed a picture of flight attendant Ian Epstein smiling at a child on one of those flights. Of course, he was killed in that plane crash last night. Well, after Carly's story, one of our viewers sent a video of Epstein singing in the cabin. This was taken last May on a flight from Panama City, Florida to Charlotte. Take a listen.
We hope you enjoyed our hospitality. Marry one of us and you'll always fly for free. Bye, everybody. Stay safe. Thanks for flying with us. And we'll see you again soon on American Airlines.
All right, let's get...
You know, from Carly's story earlier, you can see that Epstein had that kind of an effect on people. He radiated positivity, one of his coworkers said earlier. And the person who sent us that video says that that day he made everyone's irritation disappear by joking and giving the whole plane free drinks. So talk about leaving an impression on people.
What a personality he has.
What a legacy he's leaving behind, too. One of joy. That's beautiful.
This is Detroit flight attendant says she was on the plane hours before the crash.
That flight or working on that airplane the entire day before your shift ended, and hours later, tragedy strikes. That is what one young woman from Detroit is dealing with tonight.
Yeah, she's a flight attendant and worked on that same jet from city to city on Wednesday before handing the job off to the next crew, which included two of her most dear friends. She wanted to share her thoughts with Sean Lay, who's at Detroit Metro Airport tonight. Sean?
Her name is Alexis Burgess. Guys, I met her right here after she got her flight home after working that long day yesterday on that very jet going city to city. At the very end in Wichita, she said goodbye, have a safe flight to her other crew who are her dear friends, only to learn a few hours later of the absolute worst. And she's now coming home with the thought stuck in her head, of course, that could have easily been me.
I don't know whether to be grateful or to break down. I don't know whether to quit or go harder or be strong or be braver, brave for them. I don't know.
Alexis Burgess is stunned. She is in shock. If a flight attendant called in sick on the American Airlines flight from Wichita to Washington, Alexis would not be in her mother's arms here at Detroit Metro today. Burgess is a flight attendant who worked in that same plane all day Wednesday from Philly to Toronto to D.C. Her shift ended in Wichita, where she greeted the next crew, Ian Epstein and Denasia Elder. That crew lost their lives.
The last thing that I said to him was, have a safe flight, and the last thing he said to me was, have a good overnight.
Some of Burgess's personal items were still on that plane when it collided with the helicopter and went down.
I'm just in complete disbelief. I didn't even see how it looked. I didn't see the video. I didn't see anything. I just saw a small picture of it in the water, and to know that I worked on there and to see it in pieces like that. I left a water bottle in the back of 21C, and I worked the back. I worked the other flight.
That's pretty eerie.
And I worked with, she worked first class, I worked the back. So I'm just thinking about the things that I left on that plane, and the plane is in pieces now.
As a mom with a daughter being a flight attendant, you pray every time she boards until she lands. So this is very heart-wrenching. This is very hurtful.
If I was on reserve and one of those flight attendants got sick or had to stay, then they would have scheduled me to work the flight back to my base, yes.
That close?
Yes, it is. So I feel like I made it by the skin of my teeth and by the grace of God.
By the grace of God.
So, they've been doing some, investigating. New York Times investigations in 2023 found an alarming pattern of close calls involving major airlines. A series of New York Times investigations in 2023 found an alarming pattern. Near misses happen much more frequently than most people realize. Oh, Lord, I shouldn't be reading this. In 2023, close calls involving commercial airlines occurred on an average multiple times each week. The incidents often took place at or near major airports, and they were often, but not always, the result of errors by pilots or air traffic controllers, according to a Times analysis of internal Federal Aviation Administration records and federal safety reports. In the fiscal year that ended in September 30, 2023, there were 503 air traffic control lapses that the FAA preliminarily categorized as significant, 65% more than the prior year. During that period, air traffic increased about 4%. The biggest problem was a shortage of air traffic controllers. The vast majority of air traffic control towers in the United States, as many as 99% by one measure, were understaffed in 2023, the Times found. The Times found that the FAA made up for those shortages by pushing controllers to work longer hours. Controllers said in interviews and safety reports that they were being pushed to the brink. Some were experiencing mental health problems. Others were falling asleep on the job. Others showing up to work under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Bruh. What happens when you stretch a rubber band too much? One retired controller told the Times, it breaks. Lousy working conditions contributed to the problems. Controllers were not only working long hours, they were working in suboptimal conditions. Elevator malfunctions forced employees to climb hundreds of stairs to reach control towers. Bees and biting flies harassed controllers who were directing traffic. Faulty air conditions left control rooms alternately broiling or freezing. One employee at the facility in Texas had to bring in light bulbs from home. What in the hell is going on? What is going on? They should make a documentary or something about this. Or some type of expose. Expose this shit. What is going on? We have all this money for everything else. We have all this money for overseas. And allegedly these people are working in suboptimal conditions. Underinvestments in technology also increased the risks. The Times found that in 2017, after an increase in close calls and warnings from federal agencies, the National Transportation and Safety Board, NTSB, called for the FAA to install more systems that alert air traffic controllers to imminent collisions on or near runways. Over the next 6 years, however, the FAA did not install a single new ground-based system to warn about possible collisions. Only 43 of the nation's more than 500 airports serving commercial flights had such systems as of August 2023. An FAA spokesman told the Times that the agency did not have the funding for new systems, but was looking for more affordable options. Affordable options? What? That's crazy. That's kind of alarming. They said 1 o'clock. This is one.
Dimitri Silva, I don't know. 55 years old. Don't know what the fuck happened to him, man. I mean, I just had pizza with him Friday night. I had actually Derek Ward from Channel 4 passed away as well. I spoke at his funeral on Saturday, and then we get the email Sunday morning that Dimitri had died on Saturday. And that's what she did with her. Great. You all right? Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, what's up? It's been a rough year, man. This is far. Dimitri kicked the bucket. It was weird, man. That's Friday night.
Bowser, we've been waiting for a while for you. Where you at? Okay, we're still waiting. So this article continues though. So they were talking about the underinvestments in technology, which is actually something I thought Trump had mentioned. I thought during one of these pressers, that like the technology and how outdated it is, and it's probably not easy to upgrade while you're doing all this stuff, these flights and stuff. But I guess maybe it's outdated. Over the next 6 years, however, the FAA did not install one new ground system, and only 43 of the nation's more than 500 airports serving commercial flights had such systems as of August 2023. And they said they didn't have the funding. They're looking for more affordable options. Timu. In lieu of such technology, some controllers resorted to using a public flight tracking website in lieu of the radar. Bro, that's insane. If that's true, that's insane. What are they using? Flightradar.com? In lieu of some of the technology, some of the controllers resorted to using public flight tracking website. In other cases, including Austin, Texas, where two large planes nearly collided on a foggy winter morning in 2023, a system that gauges the speed and direction of the wind was down for weeks, leaving controllers to rely on a windsock. Oh, yeah, that's the older school. That little sock thing that blows in the wind. In New Mexico and Southern California, controllers reported that the radio frequencies they used to communicate with pilots had cut out at dangerous moments. At other facilities, radar feeds that allow controllers to track planes in the sky failed and runway lights malfunctioned. Wow. What in the world? That's crazy, man. All right, where's Mayor Bowser at? Mayor.
But that's healthy. It's a good idea. It's a good thing.
Let me see. When is this starting?
She works as a play. Yes. We walk straight on, but we gotta go further.
The White House press secretary. We could listen to that while we wait. Let me see. The White House. Did that start?
I've got a bill too. It's not bad. Like 4 pieces of bacon.
Of the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and policy aviation safety standards.
Oh.
The memorandum directs the Secretary of Transportation and the FAA Administrator to immediately review all hiring decisions and changes to safety protocols made during the prior 4 years, and to take all necessary corrective actions to achieve uncompromised aviation safety. The review will include a comprehensive assessment and reversal of any deterioration in hiring standards and aviation safety standards and protocols during the previous administration. Aviation safety was addressed by President Trump before this tragic collision even took place. On his second day in office, The president signed a memorandum to immediately stop Biden DEI hiring programs and return to non-discriminatory, merit-based hiring. And in 2018, during President Trump's first term, the Department of Transportation announced it would put an end at that time to use the biological questionnaire that was introduced by the Obama administration, which punished skilled applicants. President Trump has long led on the issue of aviation safety, and he will continue to do so. He will continue to deliver on the promises he made to the American people at record speed. The Senate has already confirmed 8 of President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees, including most recently Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, as you of course know, EPA Secretary Lee Zeldin, and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, who is scheduled to be sworn in later today. We expect the Senate to continue quickly confirming the remainder of President Trump's well-qualified nominees in the days ahead. Earlier this week in the East Room, the president proudly signed the Laken-Riley Act into law, surrounded by Laken's loving parents and sister. This common-sense bipartisan law mandates the federal detention of illegal aliens who are accused of theft, burglary, assaulting a law enforcement officer, and any crime that causes death or serious bodily injury, like the animal who murdered Laken Riley in cold blood. This was the first piece of legislation President Trump proudly signed as the 47th president of the United States, and it will guarantee that Laken did not die in vain. As Laken's mother, Allison, tearfully said during the signing event, President Trump said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken, and he hasn't. He's a man of his word, and we trust that he will fight for the American people. Those are the words of Laken's mother, and we will never forget them. So to help lock up even more criminal illegal aliens, President Trump signed a memorandum this week to detain them at Guantanamo Bay. This action will expand the Migrant Operations Center at Naval Station Guantanamo Bay to full capacity
They're going to
provide
Guantanamo Bay?
critical extra detention space for high-priority criminal illegals. Our brave ICE agents continue to arrest more and more of these types of individuals every day in communities across our country. And I have more updates for you. On January 27th, 2025, ICE Chicago arrested a citizen of Guatemala who has been convicted of solicitation to meet a child, disturbing, and sentenced to 24 months probation. On January 28th, 2025, ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of South Korea who has been convicted of 9 counts of possession or control of material depicting minors in sexually explicit conduct. On January 28th, ICE New York arrested a Mexican national previously charged by the state of New York for attempted murder and possession of a weapon and assault. And on January 28th, ICE Philly arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of possession of child pornography. Our message is simple. If you are a criminal illegal alien, you will be arrested and deported. On another important matter, the nation's report card was released this week, and the news is not good. It showed that U.S. students had record low reading comprehension scores last year. It's National School Choice Week, and in part of the president's commitment to education, he just left a roundtable in the Roosevelt Room focused on this issue with leaders from across the country. The national report card showed that 70% of 8th graders were below proficient in reading, and 40% of 4th graders did not even meet the basic reading levels. This is completely unacceptable to the president, and he continues to take aggressive actions to address this education problem in our country. He signed an executive order this week prohibiting federal funding of the indoctrination of our children, including radical gender ideology and critical race theory in the classroom. The president believes American education should focus on cultivating patriotic citizens who are ready for the workforce. And this action will help get schools back on track and defend fundamental parental rights in education. The president also signed a school choice executive order expanding educational freedom and opportunity for families. And in lighter news, but in exciting news, after announcing our briefing room changes on Wednesday, this White House has received more than 10,000 submissions from individuals across the country who are eager to join all of you. We might have to make this room a little bit bigger to do that, who want to participate in our new media seat at a future briefing. So in this seat today, we have the Ruthless podcast. They humbly started by entertaining small audiences on Capitol Hill, but after 4 years, this program has become one of the most influential podcasts in America. They previously reached #1 on the charts and earned over 25 million downloads as they deliver political news with a humorous touch. The hosts are Josh Holmes, Michael Duncan, Comfortably Smug, and the man joining us today, John Ashbrook. So with that, I will take your questions. John, please kick us off.
Thank you very much. Caroline, in your first briefing, the media went after this administration for deporting illegal immigrants they claimed were not criminals. The question is, do you think they're out of touch with Americans demanding action on our border crisis?
The media out of touch? I think the media certainly is out of touch, and I think that's proven by a number of things, John. Number one, there was a New York Times poll that was released prior to President Trump's inauguration by the New York Times, which of course is a legacy media outlet, that showed that 83% of Americans support deporting the individuals that you mentioned, illegal immigrant criminals, especially those who have committed heinous crimes in the interior of our country. And I received a very actually interesting statistic on this front from ICE this week. 97% of the deportations that this administration has made thus far are of individuals who had a removal order from the previous administration, but were never removed from the interior of our country. So this shows that the previous administration was actually defying our laws, and all this administration is doing is simply following the laws, the immigration laws of this great country. Thanks for the question, John. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Peter.
Thanks, Caroline. If President Trump is telling us that air traffic control towers are staffed with unqualified controllers, these DEI hires who never should have been brought on, then it's not safe to fly commercially, is it?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday, and he believes that it is still indeed safe, and Americans should feel safe traveling our skies. With that said, two things can be true at the same time, and we certainly have seen the deterioration of federal hiring standards at the Federal Aviation Administration, and the president wants to increase those standards. He wants pilots in this country who have the great responsibility of flying American citizens by the tens of millions every single day to be chosen for that position based on their merit and their skills. And so the administration will continue to prioritize this.
Was the air traffic controller in the DCA tower on Wednesday night hired or not fired at some point because of his or her race?
That investigation is ongoing, and so when we have updates on the exact individuals who were involved in the collision, including the air traffic controller, also the pilots of the helicopter and others, we will confirm those. I don't want to confirm names from this podium today. We're not in a position to do that. But I will say the president has still rightfully pointed out that there has been problems with the aviation industry over the past several years. And this started under Barack Obama in 2014.
And when the president says on Truth Social, the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high by a lot, it was far above the 200-foot limit, that's not really too complicated to understand, is it? Is he suggesting a helicopter malfunction or a crew error or a crew doing this intentionally?
No, the president is simply
Tucker
stating
Carlson
what he
has
said
been
in that
screaming
Truth Social
about the hiring process of aviation and how mass tragedies like this inevitable and will happen due to DEI.
post, which is that the helicopter was flying higher than it should have been, which is one of the reasons that led to this collision. And the other reasons for that are still being investigated, and I will let that investigation play out. Kelly.
Some of our colleagues have obtained a memo from the Defense Intelligence Agency that talks about not holding any activities or programming related to Black History Month to be in line with the President's views on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does the President plan to have a proclamation about Black History Month? In his first term, each of the 4 years of his term, he did so and called on those in government to have programming activities and celebrations. Is he going to do that this year?
Yeah, the president looks forward to signing a proclamation celebrating Black History Month. I actually spoke with our great staff secretary. It's in the works of being approved, and it's going to be ready for the president's signature to signify the beginning of that tomorrow.
If an agency is calling off those kinds of activities, in an attempt to be in alignment with the president's views on DEI and other things. Should they adjust that now and have those programs and make those celebrations however they see fit in the office?
The president is leading here at the White House, and I'll leave it to the proclamation that he will sign very soon. Mary, great to see you.
Thanks for having us. So I wanted to follow up on the gender executive orders that you mentioned. First of all, we know that President Trump has taken a bunch of steps to protect children from irreversible transgender procedures. Is he interested in backing congressional legislation on this point? And does the Trump administration have interest in investigating doctors who perform these irreversible procedures on kids, such as a double vasectomy on a minor girl?
Well, the president has already taken a very strong stance on this issue this week with the signing of his executive order, a few executive orders in this space. First, he made it the official policy of the federal government that there are only two sexes, male and female, and we have directed all federal agencies to comply with that policy. As for congressional legislation to support the president's agenda in this space, and certainly ending the mutilation of young children, the chemical castration of young children, which is a barbaric practice that the vast majority of Americans do not support for young minor children. Certainly the president would support Congress's efforts, as he has already made that very clear this week. Jennifer.
On Rick Grinnell's trip to Venezuela to meet with Nicolas Maduro, is there anything you can share on timing on that, what his agenda is, what the mission of that trip is?
Yes, so I can confirm that Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela today. I can confirm that Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela, or is in Venezuela, with two immediate directives from the President of the United States. Number one, Rick Grinnell has been instructed to identify a place and ensure that repatriation flights of Tren de Aragua members, Venezuelan nationals who have broken our nation's laws, will land in Venezuela. As I said at this podium a few days ago, we expect every nation on this planet to cooperate with the repatriation of our citizens, and so Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela to ensure that can continue. And number two, Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela to ensure that all U.S. detainees in Venezuela are returned home. That's his mission, and I will provide a readout after this trip.
On Bob Menendez, can you tell us if anyone has approached the White House or the president about a pardon or a commutation?
I have not been part of those discussions. If they have, I am not sure if they have, but I won't speculate on potential pardons that may or may not happen. To my awareness, the answer is no. Justin.
Hey, friends at Reuters are reporting that the president has made a decision on the Canada and Mexico tariffs, but that they won't actually be implemented until March 1st. I was wondering if you could confirm that and talk through some of the president's thinking.
I saw that report, and it is false. I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago, continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
The president yesterday said that last night he was planning to discuss whether an exemption would be made on oil imports. Do you have any information on what decision he made there, or will there be exemptions at all offered under this?
I don't have an update or readout for you on the exemptions, but those tariffs will be for public consumption in about 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them then. Stephen Nelson.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have three questions, if that's all right. I'd like to ask you about press freedom and then about two economic matters.
Sure.
On press freedom, on Tuesday you announced plans to roll back the more restrictive press badge policy of the Biden White House. But there's a different anti-press freedom policy I wanted to ask about. The Biden White House adopted a mysterious pre-screening process for journalists allowed into large event spaces that in the pre-pandemic days of the first Trump term were open to all journalists on campus. This effectively limited the diversity of reporters present and blocked the asking of questions that large segments of the American public wanted answered. As press secretary, can you commit to abolishing this mysterious pre-screening process?
There were a lot of mysterious processes that my team and I have had to unravel over the past 2 weeks that were implemented by the previous White House and in particular the previous press shop here. And so I can commit to a greater access and transparency, which I believe we already have by ensuring that the 440 journalists whose credentials were revoked will be reinstalled. They will get their credentials if they wish to. We've also, of course, opened up a new seat to new media. And as far as open press events here at the White House, if we tell you it's open press, it's open press.
So just to confirm, this pre-screening thing is something you're aware of and you'll work to undo to the maximum extent possible.
When we say something is open press, it will mean it's open press.
Economic matters, and I can just ask them both at once for
Sure.
you. In New York City, Governor Hochul's congestion pricing went into effect this month.
Congestion pricing.
Vehicles that drive through parts of Manhattan have to pay a $9 toll.
Heard Trump going to shut it down.
President Trump has made clear his opposition. He said that it's, quote, the most progressive tax
Can he do
known to
that?
womankind. Will the administration be trying to block this? And the second question is, millions and maybe tens of millions of Americans who voted for President Trump were excited about his plans to do away with taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security benefits. But there's uncertainty about the timing of this. So can you clarify for them when this is going to happen? And does President Trump want this to be in the first, all three of those in the first batch of legislation early this year?
Well, to answer your question in one swoop, I will say that President Trump is committed to lowering taxes for Americans, cutting taxes for Americans. As for congestion pricing in New York, I do know that the president spoke with Governor Hochul about that. I don't have any, actions, so to speak, to read out for you on that issue today. Number two, when it comes to no taxes on tips and Social Security, the president has made it very clear to our allies on Capitol Hill that is a critical piece of this reconciliation package, and he expects that his tax cuts from 2017, which put a lot more money back into the American people's pockets, those must be implemented, and no tax on tips. The president is intent on delivering on that promise, and he will get it done.
And overtime also as part of reconciliation?
Yes. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store?
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%. In fact, when President Trump left office, it was 1.4%. So President Trump is going to do everything he possibly can to cut the inflation crisis that the previous administration imposed on the American people, and he will continue to effectively utilize tariffs.
If those tariffs do increase prices for Americans, will the administration reverse them?
That's a hypothetical question, and the president is intent on ensuring that he effectively implements tariffs while cutting inflation and costs for the American people. And, the media has this way of just looking at everything in a microscope rather than looking at the whole of government economic approach that this president is taking. He will effectively implement tariffs. He's also, as I just answered from Stephen's question, committed to tax cuts. He's also clearly committed, as evidenced by his executive orders, to unleashing the might of our energy industry, which we know will eventually drive down inflation. And all the other economic measures that this president has made will have a Trump incoming economic boom, just like we saw in our first term.
And has the White House
Sure.
found any?
Fox Business, yes. Go ahead.
Keep that, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, said today that if the U.S. imposes tariffs, he will respond and he will not relent until the tariffs are removed. Are we seeing the start of a trade war with Canada?
I don't think so. I think
did his ass step down and resign or something?
The president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure.
What kinds of things have to happen? What does the administration need to see in order to avoid those tariffs?
Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada, and the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. In fact, I have more language for you right here. Canada, Mexico, and China, which, as I mentioned, President Trump will implement a 10% tariff on China, have all enabled illegal drugs to pour into America. The amount of fentanyl that has been seized at the southern border in the last 2 years alone has the potential to kill tens of millions of Americans. And so the president is intent on doing this. And I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
If I may, one more.
Yes, Lindsay.
Go back to the plane crash for one. If I can go back to the plane crash for just 1 second.
You're interrupting your colleague, but sure.
Sorry, I thought you called on me.
I called on Lindsay.
The president this morning said the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high. I'm wondering if he's basing that on what he learned from investigators, and if you could offer a little bit more of a window into how he is keeping abreast of this investigation.
Sure.
Is the NTSB briefing him separately? Is he meeting in the Situation Room? You just sort of offer a window into that.
Yeah, the president based that statement on truth because it is truth and it's fact, and it was relayed to him by the authorities who are overseeing the investigation.
And we've actually seen it multiple times today. That's what's being said too.
Into this horrific plane collision. And the president, as I said in my opening remarks, continues to be briefed on the collision by everybody across his cabinet, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Defense, the NTSB, who the commissioner there was in the Oval Office with him yesterday. Lindsay. Lindsay, go ahead. Lindsay, go ahead. Thank you.
Days, the CIA actually revealed that they do also believe that COVID-19 was from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. How is the president planning on responding to this additional intel from the CIA, and will it
They're still confirmed. We've been talking about this for over a year now or something. What did you say? They confirmed now it's from a Wuhan lab?
COVID-19
with him yesterday. Lindsay. Lindsay, go ahead. Lindsay, go ahead. Thank you.
Days, the CIA actually revealed that they do.
So the CIA was revealing, because I remember back then, if you even mentioned it, you get a strike, you get suppressed, you get banned, you get put in Facebook jail. You couldn't even mention it back then.
Also believe that COVID-19 was from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. How is the president planning on responding to this additional intel from the CIA, and will it impact how he responds to them with
More tariffs.
Yeah, kudos to John Ratcliffe for revealing that truth and that fact to the American people. Many years too late, the Biden administration had a chance to let the American people know the truth about that, and for some reason, they chose not to. I also would just like to point out that several years ago, when I was working in this press shop and President Trump would take to this podium to brief the American people on COVID-19, he suggested that COVID very well may have came from a lab in Wuhan, China. And many members in this very room mocked him for that, said he was spewing conspiracy theories. He was not. We now know that to be the confirmable truth. It took many years for it to come out, but the president was right in this instance again. Sure.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask about Secretary Rubio's trip to Panama first.
Sure.
What did the conversations look like with President Trump on that? The president of Panama says it is, quote, impossible to negotiate over the canal. So what are you expecting from this visit?
So I have not been present for Secretary Rubio's conversations with President Trump about the Panama Canal. I have been present for President Trump's own thoughts on the Panama Canal, and you've all seen them as well in his public statements that he has shown. He believes it's unacceptable that the canal is essentially run by the Chinese Communist Party. If you look at both ends of the canal, massive Chinese Communist Party linked companies run the canal. That's unfair to the American people, many of whom lost their lives many years ago building this canal. The American taxpayers are paying millions of dollars for the canal, and the president believes it's in our national interest as a nation for Secretary Rubio to go there and begin these discussions, and that's exactly why he's doing that. Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Is the United States in the process of pulling out of Syria militarily? Because the president wanted to do that in his first term as well, and he had a lot of pushback from the Pentagon and Congress. And based on what he said yesterday, is he considering doing that in a short time?
The president was asked and answered this question yesterday, and he, as the commander-in-chief of the United States military, reserves the right to review troop deployments overseas at any point in time.
Is that a topic right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Two questions. So we now know that the staffing was not normal at the air traffic tower, and so with the government freezing the hiring of new federal workers and offering buyouts, are you not afraid that more incidents of different kind could happen with less staffing in different agencies?
Well, the president is intent on ensuring that we are increasing staffing at these agencies, and that's why he signed a very strong executive order on his second day in office, immediately terminating DEI hiring practices at the FAA. He also, following the tragic crash, as you all know, in the Oval Office yesterday, signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the FAA to ensure the federal government is is maintaining the highest personnel and aviation safety standards. And I would also just say there's a cultural piece to this as well. If you are an American who has spent many years studying aviation and you graduate from school and you're an air traffic controller based on skill and merit, and then you apply for a job and you're forced to fill out a biographical questionnaire asking you the color of your skin and asking you where you're from in details that aren't relevant at all to the job description, I think that deteriorates the morale of people in this industry. And if you talk to people in this industry, they'll tell you that. In fact, many of them filed a lawsuit against the FAA a couple of years ago under Joe Biden's administration because they were denied positions because of this DEI hiring practice that was putting identity politics over merit and skills. That's unacceptable. And I think just to put a fine point on this, because this is the third or fourth question I've answered on this subject, when you are flying on an airplane with your loved ones, which every one of us in this room has, do you pray that your plane lands safely and gets you to your destination, or do you pray that the pilot has a certain skin color? I think we all know the answer to that question, and as President Trump said yesterday, it's common sense. Rob Crilly.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that last question, actually. Has there been any sort of assurance from the FAA that they will immediately improve staffing levels, given the reports of not normal staffing levels on Wednesday?
Oh, absolutely. You had Secretary Duffy here yesterday at the White House at this podium saying that he is on it, and we can all trust that he definitely will be. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Carol. You called me, right?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much.
As long as your name's still John Decker.
It is, absolutely. Thank you. The president's meeting today with the founder and CEO of NVIDIA. What is that meeting concerning, and who sought that meeting?
I don't have details on this. It's a private meeting. It will take place at 2:30 p.m. I'll try to get there in time, and I can let you know after. How's that?
On Guantanamo Bay, can you give more details about setting up that detention facility at Gitmo? How will that come about? What's the timing in terms of standing it up? And of course, this has happened before during the Clinton administration.
Yeah, that's right.
Detainees of Cuban and Haitian descent were both detained at Guantanamo. Are you looking at that model in setting up this detention facility?
Secretary Hegseth, I believe, was on television this morning answering this question, and he said that the Department of Defense is already on it. He has directed his agency to ensure that Gitmo is increasing their capacity for beds, and that's exactly what President Trump's executive order did. It directed Secretary Hegseth and also Secretary Noem to expand the Migrant Operations Center at the Naval Station to provide for this extra detention space. And as Secretary Hegseth confirmed this morning, that operation is underway. Sure.
Caroline, on the tariffs, can you clarify whether those will actually be going into effect tomorrow, or
Yes.
whether there might be some lead time?
Yes.
And are those, they will be going into effect tomorrow?
Correct.
And are those meant to be in place long term, or is there a scenario in which Canada, Mexico, and China can offer concessions and then they would be removed?
At this point, the president has made it very clear those tariffs are going to be implemented and in effect. If the president at any time decides to roll back those tariffs, I'll leave it to him to make that decision. But starting tomorrow, those tariffs will be in place. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Can you confirm a report by our friends at the Daily Mail that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be visiting the White House in February? And also, if I may, do you have any more details on Netanyahu's visit here next week?
Sure. I have not seen that report about the Prime Minister. I can go check back with our friends at the National Security Council and get back to you on that. I can confirm that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here on Tuesday, February 4th, for a working meeting and visit with the President. And I'm sure you will all be here, very excited to cover that visit. Sure. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Back on the Guantanamo Bay subject, specifically, obviously, why does the president feel like that's the best location or a good location to make sure that Americans are safe from violent, illegal migrant crime?
Well, it's a really good question, and the memorandum that he signed, the order that he signed, builds on his previous executive actions, obviously, to secure our southern border and deport illegal criminals from the interior of our country. We know that we have an issue with detention space here in the interior, which is a big reason why Congress needs to pass this reconciliation package as quickly as possible to ensure that DHS and ICE have the funding they need to detain these individuals that the administration is very swiftly rounding up and deporting, arresting and deporting these illegal immigrant criminals. And so the president feels it's an appropriate place. Taxpayers are already funding it. The space is there. Why not use it? And the Secretary of Defense, as I said, is working on that as we speak. Sure. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here and answering a question. So I want to talk more about the success that ICE is having, finding these violent criminal aliens, some of them being sexual predators. But my friend Ben Berquam reports that the Chicago mayor and the Illinois governor are preventing ICE agents from going into jails and prisons to enforce detainers against illegal aliens. In Maryland, the Attorney General has also put out a memo hindering local police cooperation with ICE. Does the administration have any comment on leftist state and local officials defying ICE and Trump's deportation efforts?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that Democrat officials in these cities who have been completely overrun and overwhelmed by illegal immigrant criminals would refuse support and help to cure this problem that has especially taken over their cities. I guess they don't want to admit they've been wrong with their sanctuary city policies. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask them about their intentions, but they would be very wise to comply with this administration because this administration is hell-bent on enforcing our nation's immigration laws, and this administration will continue to arrest and detain and deport illegal migrant criminals. And what we won't do is defy our nation's immigration laws like the previous administration, who had these orders of removal on illegal immigrants across the country and were refusing to execute on them. We will continue to remove illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
Mayors. Are these sanctuary city leaders, are they violating the law?
I would certainly think so. I'd have to check back on which specific law they're violating, but certainly if they're not enforcing our nation's immigration law, sounds like they are breaking the law. And I would also add that their constituents don't approve of that. You've seen residents in Chicago show up at their city council meetings infuriated with their leadership in that city because they are working very hard to provide for their families. They want public safety and law and order, and their officials have abandoned those very basic American principles in these cities. And the American people want law and order. It's, again, an overwhelmingly popular policy to deport illegal criminals from our nation's interior, and this administration will continue to affect that goal. Sure.
A question on Colombia. We just interviewed Colombian President Gustavo Petro, and he insisted that he's not going to take any Colombian deportee from the U.S. if they arrive in South America handcuffed. How this administration responds to that?
When did the Colombian president make those remarks?
Today. For an interview with us at Univision.
Well, I will share those with the President of the United States, and I will get back to you on his response.
But did you ask him about he's married and he was caught walking with a trans, holding hands, a trans woman? Did you ask him about that?
Caroline, there are more than
the Colombian president.
150,000 disabled Americans who are working today. The president talked a lot yesterday about hiring the best and the brightest to work in the federal government. Safety aside, does he believe that disabled people do have a place to work in the federal government? And does he also support the current protections for disabled people working in the private sector as well?
The president has made it very clear that this is a common sense solution to solving some of the problems that we have seen at the Federal Aviation Administration and also when it comes to many of the federal agencies across our government. People should not be hired based on their disabilities, based on their skin color, their gender, their race. None of that matters. What matters to this president and this administration is how well you can do your job, and the American people agree with that sentiment. So it's about competence, skill, and merit. And so the president is focused on ensuring that the most competent individuals, the best and the brightest in this country, are in positions in this federal government, especially when it comes to public safety. Can't overemphasize the importance of those jobs. Sure.
So as follow-up on her question before, President Trump is holding China accountable on fentanyl by ramping up tariffs. So how is President Trump planning to hold China accountable on COVID origins?
I haven't spoken to the president about the COVID origins specifically in regards to any actions he may or may not take when it comes to China. But as I have previewed quite a few times today, he will be implementing a 10% tariff on China tomorrow. Sure. Hi.
Has the president made up his mind about a timeline for tariffs on the EU?
No, he has not.
And will it be a one-size-fit-all, or will it be differentiated among governments?
I won't get ahead of the president on tariffs when it comes to the European Union. What I can tell you again is that the president will be implementing 25% on Canada, 25% on Mexico, 10% on China tomorrow for the reasons that I have repeatedly laid out in this briefing. Newsmax, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you so much.
No, the gentleman behind you.
James Rose.
Yes, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions on foreign policy, and then one very long and tedious and ponderous Rosen question thereafter. First, on Iran, we've heard very little about the president's forthcoming Iran policy besides his determination to prevent that nation from achieving a nuclear weapons capability. Is it the president's objective, short of the use of U.S. military force, to use the broad array of his powers to try to hasten the end of the Iranian regime?
I think the president has actually made his position on Iran very clear, and he made that clear when there were the negotiations about the ceasefire, which we know obviously is now in place, and the deadline on that ceasefire has continued. He said that Hamas and Iranian-backed terrorists would have hell to pay if that ceasefire didn't move forward, and then quickly thereafter it did. I also do have news on the hostage front, which I'm very surprised nobody asked about this because it is big news story, and the White House applauds the release of 8 additional hostages from Hamas captivity, thanks to the ceasefire deal secured by President Trump. 3 Israeli and 5 Thai nationals are being reunited with their families and their loved ones after being held in unspeakable conditions for over 15 months. And the president remains committed to the release of all remaining hostages, and they should have never been taken by the brutal terrorist group Hamas in the first place. And I think President Trump's working meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister next week emphasizes his continued support for Israel and ensuring that brutal terrorists in that region have hell to pay. Sure.
Can I just finish the other 2 questions?
Sure.
I know you want the long, ponderous Rosen. But first, on the Grinnell trip, as you know, under the previous administration, the U.S. recognized the opposition candidate in last year's elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, now exiled, as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Does the president's dispatching of Ambassador Grinnell to negotiate directly with President Maduro today mean that the U.S. now officially recognizes President Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela?
Absolutely not. As I made it very clear, former ambassador and now special envoy Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela with 2 very clear directives. Make sure that Tren de Aragua members, of which there are 400 currently in custody, are repatriated back to Venezuela, and that all United States detainees return home. Thank you very much, guys.
Just on the president's use of language in this room yesterday,
Sure.
and without seeking to cast myself as some kind of moral exemplar because it's rather late in the day to try. Nonetheless, this was an event yesterday that began with a moment of silence for the victims of the air crash and the president's own invocation of, quote, a loving God. And then he uncorked that expletive to insult a former cabinet officer. It was the same expletive that I saw him use in the East Room in 2020 when he famously held up the Trump acquitted headline. My question is, if you could shed any light for us on how the president perceives his use of public profanity, which is a practice that certainly sets him apart from all of his predecessors. Does he regard it as an effective communications device, part of his appeal, or is it something that he lapses into inadvertently, perhaps in times of frustration and later regrets?
I think one of the things that the American people love most about this president is that he often says what they are thinking, but sometimes lack the courage to say themselves. And I think yesterday at this podium, you heard President Trump express great frustration, perhaps even anger, with the previous administration's policies, many of which have led to the crises that our country is currently facing and that this president is focused on fixing. Thank you guys very much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
And with a smile. And we still have no Mayor Bowser or the DC officials. What happened? It's been this live stream in the background. I've seen them moving all while I had the White House press secretary. In the background, I've seen them moving TVs, moving things around in there. What's going on? This stream has been on live. DC Mayor holds press conference. The stream has been on for 2.5 hours. They're doing all kinds of construction. I just rewinded it. Stepping on a ladder. It's like they built this. Where's this thing at? You have to assemble this place. Mike with the flags. I mean, when is this lady coming on? Maybe, Scott. Maybe. I thought about that. Scott says they were waiting for the White House presser to end. I thought about that. Let's give it a few minutes and see. Let me close out all these tabs, kind of clear out some of the space. And we got other stuff to talk about, man. I'm waiting.
I guess you could also put somebody down and look at I mean, this is one hard.
Yeah, okay, good. Sorry.
There's no tight time.
Bum, 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 bum. This is... Let's try it.
And then I also, however, so we'll just need extension for that. Oh, it is? Wait, we got it.
You can help me.
In there.
That's the NTSB. Hey, man.
Yeah, let's see.
So you're putting the telephone?
This is for the
Sorry, man.
No problem.
I wasn't even paying attention.
No problem. I was trying to figure out, make sure I...
You should be fine.
Yeah, I'm good. You're fine. Yeah, thank y'all. Sorry.
We'll give it a few minutes to see.
Can I plug this in here? Do you mind? Excuse me.
No, sure. You got it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind that.
You don't mind?
Yeah, that's
If not, maybe we'll switch topics. We'll do another stream and then come back whenever they start this thing.
All right. What time is this? This is the NTSB press conference, right?
Daniel?
NTSB.
I think you're fine. It's been this whole, this is what it sounds
I
like.
see.
So it pretty much seems like they're just going to do everything at one time.
From your lips to God's ears.
Hey, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Can I have the reporter?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an NTSB update.
Quick briefing on what's going on.
What about the microphone?
I know. I just
This is for background only, no recording, just so everybody's got awareness of what's going on.
Where they going?
You guys are all putting them all boxed and everything, so.
We might be getting an NTSB. We might be getting it all together. But I just saw another news station go live. That says NTSB.
Everything relating to the incident, which is identified command and both fire and police numbers, in that latest incident. We will be briefing at 2:30. We've Donnelly from the fire department, and we've got briefing also for an update by the airport as well on the outbreak that are happening. Any media requests related to this incident, relation to the current recovery operation, or any of the first responders that are working, is going to be give you all an email address, incident.pio@hc.gov. That's where all requests go, interview requests, information requests, things like that. We'll all go to that email address. Anything related to the investigation will continue to go to NTSB. They will be briefed. Plan to read right around 2:30. And then we will share some information on how we're going to continue briefing everything from unified command, continue into the weekend, and continue into the recovery office. There'll be Chief Donnelly, Fire Department, and the Airport Authority. I believe the CEO or in the operations program. You guys have names here. Okay. Any questions? Hey, Carlo. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your patience. Excellent. Thanks, Mike.
What did they say? What did they
Okay.
Hey, you missed home.
Fire
Yeah. The NTSB has something scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern. 2 hours from now.
Yeah, just as long as you know the routine. Yeah.
I'm going to be standing here.
I mean, if I were to sit here, I could be direct on underneath the camera.
Yeah.
Press will be at 2:30, so Heather. Man, taking all day long.
So you send them a message, 2:30 briefing with John Donnelly. So they send me a text back. So the briefing is at 2:30, not 2.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Exactly.
What's that, Alan?
I remember on my first day on the job. Wow.
I can't believe you remember that far back.
3, 4, 5. 6, 7.
Actually, no.
Very convenient. Yeah, they let me carry my number because I've had it for so long.
2:30.
Negative night rider, then I'm doing it at 4 p.m., which will probably be more like 5 p.m.
So I am going to extrapolate that possibly we're going to have a video presentation.
No, another press briefing. With the National Transportation Safety. What are you doing?
All right. Well, let me play a video. I guess we might as well hang on. If it's going to be 30 minutes from now. 35 minutes. Lord almighty. Hanging on for dear life. I thought it was going to be earlier because this live stream started like 2.5 hours ago. And then there's an NTSB stream that they've scheduled, which was pretty informative. People liked the NTSB press conference yesterday. It was pretty informative. That's at 4. Okay, I'm going to have 2 notifications in a while. So this is what I think we do. Let's hang on and wait. I'll find stuff that we can hang out and listen to. Let's wait till 2:30. And it depends how long that press conference is, because I want to do a live stream on something else. And then we'll come back. We'll come back for the NTSB after we cover all the other stuff. It depends, because if that meeting that comes up with the DC mayor is an hour long, then shit, we're gonna be almost at 4 o'clock for the NTSB. But anyway, here's Sunny Holston. What's her name? Sunny. Oh, Hostin with The View, and she had some thoughts to say about the DEI and Trump thing, the comments that he made.
Yeah, I'm not going to dignify his remarks about DEI. I'm not going to do that. But to Anna's point, Just last week, Trump fired the heads of the Transportation Security Administration and Coast Guard, and he also eliminated all the members of a key aviation security advisory group. The Aviation Security Committee will technically continue to exist, but it won't have any members to carry out the work of examining safety issues at airlines and airports. I think that is very telling, that when, voters decide that they want someone to blow things up and they want someone to blow up infrastructures, this is the result. You cannot blow up infrastructures and take people that have real experience in these types of issues and think that good things will happen because of it. So, And I will also say that his transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, said that everything was standard in the lead up to the crash. That is from his own Secretary of Transportation, who replaced Pete Buttigieg.
Pete Buttigieg. Pete Booty. That booty. I wonder what's going on with the mayor. They better have some good presentation or loads of information for such a delay. DC plane crash. Oh no. Man describes moment he knew his wife died in DC plane crash.
In 20 minutes.
That was the last thing Kamad Raza heard.
She texted me that she said we're landing in 20 minutes.
That was the last thing Kamad Raza heard from his wife, Azra Hussein. And by the time he reached Reagan National Airport less than half an hour later, he realized something was very wrong.
So I was waiting and I started seeing a bunch of EMS vehicles speeding past me, like way too many than normal. And two, my texts weren't going through.
Azra Hussein was one of 64 people on board American Airlines Flight 5342 that collided with a military helicopter as it approached the airport Wednesday night. Raza says his wife was in Wichita, Kansas for work and never made it home.
I always pick her up from departures and I always help her load the bag into the car and give her a big hug and a kiss and then off we go. I had dinner waiting at home. My wife's not responding and I look on Twitter and I see that it's her flight.
On the flight from Kansas, several members of the U.S. figure skating community, including athletes and coaches, along with 2 Russian world champion skaters.
She texted me that she said we're landing in 20 minutes.
That was the last thing Kamad Raza.
Damn. Another clip here. So this one here, it says father of helicopter crew chief in DC crash reacts to Trump's blame of DEI. It's been a big topic of conversation. Some people are really...
We are learning more about the victims in the Black Hawk helicopter that collided with an American Airlines plane. Crew chief Ryan O'Hara leaves behind a wife and a 1-year-old son. And earlier today, CBS News' Mark Strassman got an exclusive interview with O'Hara's father, Gary. He was asked about President Donald Trump's comments just yesterday, blaming the previous administration's DEI policies for the crash. Here's his reaction.
I know they've identified one of the pilots, but if the other pilot was a woman, to me, I can't imagine being the parents of that other pilot if she was a girl, saying that, because she's a woman, she was less capable than the man.
Oh, God.
I can't imagine the horror that those parents must be going through. I mean, I'm hoping that's not the case. I don't know who the other pilot was. Said that other pilot, if she was, but if the other pilot was a woman.
President Donald Trump's comments just yesterday, blaming the previous administration's DEI policies for the crash. Here's his reaction.
I know they've identified one of the pilots, but if the other pilot was a woman, to me, I can't imagine being the parents of that other pilot if she was a girl, saying that, because she's a woman, she was less capable than the man. I can't imagine the horror that those parents must be going through. I mean,
that's not the argument that people are trying to make, though, with that. It's just people are just hired based on their gender or color, not their merit. That's the only... That's the thing.
I'm hoping that's not the case. I don't know who the other pilot was, but Ryan, I know Ryan respected the people that he flew with and trusted them with his life. And, you don't get to do something in the Army unless you're qualified. You know, you have to earn your spot to be moved into the ladder, to be put into that helicopter. They don't just give it to you, you earn it.
We also now know the name of one of the pilots aboard that American Airlines flight, Samuel Lilly. In another interview with CBS News, Samuel's father, Timothy, tells us he is also a pilot, and he can't help but think about his son trying to fly the airplane in the moments after the crash.
As a pilot, you never stop flying. You don't give up on the airplane, and what goes through my mind is I can just see him. I'm not sure if he was pilot flying or he was the pilot not flying on that leg. We trade off. If he was a pilot flying, he didn't give up all the way to the ground or all the way to the water. He would have been moving those controls and trying to figure out what's going on.
ASAP Rocky. Retired general.
Welcome back. The Black Hawk helicopter that collided with a passenger jet near Washington, D.C. may have deviated from its approved flight path. The New York Times is reporting its, quote, final location indicated it was not on its approved route and flying higher above the ground as it traversed the busy airspace. The instructor pilot had 1,000 flying hours and was considered, quote, very experienced, while the co-pilot had 500 flying hours, said to be normal. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth weighed in on this yesterday. Watch.
The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable.
Joining me now is the Panero Group CEO and retired two-star Marine Corps General Arnold Panero. General, thanks very much for being here. Give us your reaction.
Well, Maria, I think obviously the first reaction is just the heartbreak and sorrow over the loss of life. You read these stories about the people that were on the plane, about their loved ones. It's just so heartbreaking, and particularly if the tragedy could have been avoided. I think the Secretary of Defense has put steel on target there. He's not waiting around, certainly not for 18 months, for the National Transportation Safety Board to get to the facts and looking into what actually happened. I'd like to make a couple of points, though. You and I have been around a long time, and we know that early reports, including from prestigious print news media, can sometimes not be 100% accurate, so we need to get the facts. Number two, as he indicated, and one thing that nobody's really picked up on, that helicopter was on a continuity of government training flight. This is one of the most sacred and important, highly classified missions of our military, to basically keep our government functioning and operating in extremis. And so they weren't just on a joy flight. And maybe we ought to look at in the interim some restrictions on what can be done on a routine basis. But these Army warrant officers are some of the most experienced and highly trained pilots we have in our military. So I think we take a deep breath and not wait for 18 months. And the other thing I would do, particularly if the reports that one of the most busiest and congested airspaces in the country was understaffed, they need to staff up. And one of the things they could do is, we have military air traffic controllers all over the country. They could be called in to back up the FAA controllers while they build back up. So there's a lot that can be done right now. But before we start doing any finger pointings, let's wait and get all the facts.
Well, I mean, look, these are good ideas as the officials move forward on changing things. But I guess what I'm really getting at is all of this criticism of the FAA and air traffic control in the first place. I mean, we had Mike Boyd on yesterday, an expert in aviation, and he said that there were nearly 1,000 near misses going into this, even before this accident, that the FAA has, inherent bureaucracy. It prevents critical systems upgrades. So what about that? Are we keeping...
We just talked about that earlier, too.
...up in terms of the upgrading that needs to be done in such an important role? And if not, why not?
Maria, it's a fundamental problem right now in these areas that are inherently governmental functions that only government can do. Government is too big, too slow, and too costly, and certainly the FAA is not kept up. And that's a legitimate criticism and one that needs to be fixed right away. And this is one of the things that's so encouraging as the incoming team comes in. They're disruptors. They're not going to be business as usual. They want to turn things around. They want to make government more efficient and effective. We need to start with these fundamental, inherently governmental functions that protect the safety of all Americans every day. And certainly the FAA is way behind the power curve.
I mean, the FAA apparently has been broken for many years. And Mike Boyd yesterday said that the Biden administration tolerated it and just, didn't do anything about it. But I want to move on to the intelligence part of the news. Trump's director of national intelligence nominee, Tulsi Gabbard, was grilled by Democrats and Republicans yesterday during her Senate confirmation hearing. She was asked her previous remarks on Edward Snowden. Watch this.
You consistently praise the actions of Edward Snowden, some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation, and then, in an effort to flaunt that, fled to Russia. You even called Edward Snowden, and I quote here, a brave whistleblower. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it.
If confirmed, would you support or recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
My responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related to Snowden.
General, what is your reaction?
Well, Maria, I was at the Pentagon all day yesterday and most of this week, so I didn't see it in person. But based on the reports and based on the concerns I've heard expressed by both Republicans and Democrats on the committee, her answers on Snowden and also on the Pfizer surveillance, which is absolutely essential to protect our citizens, are very troubling. So I'm very concerned, but I'll tell you, I have immense trust in the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Tom Cotton, and I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to.
All right. Edward Snowden. There's a video that just dropped. How you guys doing, man? You guys holding up? I've been here for a while, waiting for this press conference. I know some people have left. They've been teasing us for hours that it's going to start, it's going to start, it's going to start, and it hasn't. There's this video that just dropped. Air traffic controller reveals critical mistake in DC plane crash. Just play the audio. Dun, dun, dun. It's TMZ.
Air traffic control is going to be central in this investigation and what they saw and what they were directing both aircraft to do. So joining us right now is retired air traffic controller Louis DeSenia. Was a air traffic controller in the military, but also as a civilian. And he is joining us now just to talk about what this investigation is going to, where this investigation will go. Louis, welcome to TMZ Live.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Louis, when you saw, obviously, you saw the news last night, but then the news conference this morning pointing fingers, what President Trump was basically saying is that there were inept, what he's hinting at is the possibility of inept air traffic controllers being hired under the previous administration. Your reaction to that?
Well, it's probably true. I've been out of the business since 2006, and we had a little bit of that going on.
This guy's name is Louis DeSenia. He's a former U.S. Navy air traffic controller.
Back then. And, it's a very stressful occupation. Same with pilots. And, the standards do get lowered sometimes, and that's not healthy. And then they're going to go through all these records. This is what's going to happen. The NTSB already has pulled all medical records, all personnel files, all training files for the pilots, for the American pilots, for the air traffic controllers, their history. It's all that data is kept. And they're going to go through every training episode. These pilots of the military aircraft were on a training mission. So this gentleman, I think it was a male pilot. I don't know, because I think it was the co-pilot who might have responded that he had the CRJ in sight. we don't know. That stuff we don't know yet. We're going to figure that out. NTSB is going to probably have a preliminary pretty quickly about this. It's not mechanical. There was no call for an emergency or medical emergency on the thing. So I wouldn't even go there that it was a medical emergency. This has pilot error written all over it. I hate
pilot error written all over it.
to say that.
Pilot,
'Cause
actually,
those were
Lewis, that's interesting. You think pilot error and not air traffic control?
Well, I have some questions about the late call out by the air traffic controller on, do you see the CRJ? Because it just seems like it's 3 seconds before the crash.
Yeah, I mean, the article this morning we were reading, it said like 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds before. And now we know that supposedly they were short-staffed and that the person actually went home early and all this stuff. So there was one person manning the planes and the choppers.
3-4 seconds before the crash, he goes, do you see that? And then you hear on the tape, oops,
Someone gasping.
you know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and now we don't know because sometimes these things get edited and we don't know the full length of these and where they're actually at. So we're going to have to wait and see that. What it actually comes out, and the timeline will be in the NTSB report. It's going to give us the actual timeline. But this is a training route. They fly this route all day long. So from what I've seen, and I have looked at the data from another channel on the data for the American flight, and that plane was on a perfect stabilized approach and was right on course, like was just perfectly stabilized. So that plane did nothing wrong. The American pilot did nothing wrong. So we can eliminate him. I don't see that being, now, of course, this is my speculation, so I don't know because they're going to have a lot more data. But from what I heard was that pilot was perfectly on final. When what we call a stabilized approach, it means he's on glide path, he's on the azimuth, the lineup with the runway, his speed is perfect, everything is going perfect. So this is something where the helicopter pilot is supposed to miss the plane. That's why I say it's mostly going to be on the helicopter pilot.
Lewis, I know that you were in your career fortunate enough to not have a disaster on your watch. Were you ever present where one of your colleagues did go through this? And what is it like, actually, really, what is it like for everybody in the tower when this happens? Even if it wasn't your aircraft, I would imagine as an air traffic controller, this is the worst day possible. And what is it like for the people going through that investigation?
You know, it's interesting to say that because I saw this last night on the news and my heart sank, and I hadn't felt that since I was an air traffic controller. I would imagine the control room got very sober and somber very quickly, and that everyone's kind of dealing with it, but they still have to be professional. You can see they were still doing their job. You can hear them still calling out stuff and controlling the planes. But I've worked, I've had 747 in Iceland with a bomb on board. I've had planes with fires on board. I never lost one that, thank God all mine landed. But Value Jet, I was waiting for that Value Jet crash to come into my airspace. And it never made it to Jacksonville Center. Remember, it crashed in the Everglades. So it just everyone just kind of is like loses their breath.
Out of your experience, how long do you think it's going to be before we actually get answers to what really happened?
They're going to do a preliminary. They're going to give you a breakdown of what they have. And then they're going to come out with, it'll be 15 to 30 days. Then they're going to come out months later. They'll come out with an official report. But again, we're going to have to look at this because that controller calls traffic really late.
Yeah. And if those helicopters are so nimble, and that's the other surprising thing. You think that a helicopter could make a quick maneuver and evade a plane.
You think.
It's just
this is where sleep deprivation comes in. Because if you have sleep deprivation, it's like having alcohol in your system.
Right.
So it's like you guys going home really late from work from a very long day and you're driving and you feel yourself jerking a little bit because your body's not responding the right way. That's what it's like with sleep deprivation.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, Louis.
Damn. Okay. Interesting. Let me put on this clip. So we were 15 minutes out. Waiting for this long-awaited press conference. Long-awaited hours waiting for the Mayor Bowser to appear. And give some updates, though. I don't know that they can really give more I don't think they're going to be as informative as the NTSB that's coming up later. But we'll have to see. I mean, the NTSB, they're doing the aircraft. Maybe she can give us details about the bodies recovered and what's happening on scene, and the recovery efforts.
Recovery mission in the rain will most likely make those efforts even more difficult. The NTSB has recovered 2 black boxes from the Potomac River. Officials say it will take time to put together answers.
You need to give us time. You need to give NTS. It's not that we don't have information. We do have information.
State that only police and medical helicopters in that area between the airport and nearby bridges will be allowed. Mr. Armin Kurtigan back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Good to see you, Mr. Kurtigan. Welcome back to the show.
Happy Friday, guy. Thanks for having me.
I just want to bring you up to speed very quickly. We are awaiting for a press conference with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
We're waiting for hours.
And the D.C. Fire Department. When that happens, we're going to take that live right here on the
D.C. Fire Department
Live Zone. Mr. Kurtigan, with regard to what you have seen thus far and been told thus far, obviously surrounding this horrific accident, the question is, how could this happen?
It's going to be a number of factors that are going to come together to have caused this to happen. I don't think you're going to find one single particular issue which caused this problem. It's going to be probably a combination of human error and system mechanical or computer error. When I say human error, it could be, one or both aircraft. It could be the air traffic controller. It could even be folks who were not there. It could be perhaps, you have to look at training. You have to look at hiring practices. You have to look at the maintenance of the aircraft. You have to look at seeing whether the systems on both of those aircraft were working right. It is certainly incredibly improbable when you think about it for something like this to happen, but that's why they're accidents, because the improbable ends up lining up, as we call in the Navy, the Swiss cheese theory.
Yeah, Mr. Kurtigan, just last hour we learned that the FAA has indefinitely closed helicopter routes near Reagan National Airport. Some would argue too little, too late.
Well, they're probably just doing this precaution. They may not have a particular reason or fact that they know that would hold these kinds of operations, because they've been operating in that area for a very, very long time, for years. So this could be just a, hey, let's cross our T's and dot our I's. It could also be maybe to show the public that they're actually doing something. I think ultimately we'll see those helicopter operations resume. You kind of need to, because that's going to cause a major headache for news choppers, military aircraft, the Coast Guard, or other vehicles on these training missions that need to operate in that area.
Yeah, well, speculation is one thing. Finding the facts, that happens to be another, and that's where the NTSB comes into play. The Black Hawk helicopter may have veered off. We're getting reports of that possibly could have been the case and been higher than it was supposed to be. Yet again, how could that happen?
Well, let's take a look at this. The helicopter pilots probably believed they were flying at a particular altitude. There's 2 questions you want to ask. Number one, was the helicopter reporting its altitude correctly via its TCAS or its IFF Mode C transponder? Or secondly, was the altimeter properly set? Let's say the altimeter that the pilots used to set the barometric altitude, was it set too high or too low, which would cause the pilots to not realize that they were flying at the wrong altitude, even though perhaps their radar altimeter wasn't working or wasn't agreeing, or maybe their radar altimeter wasn't working and that was their only means of altitude. So you see, all these factors in and of themselves singularly may not cause an accident, but when 3 or 4 of these things line up, no matter how improbable it is, even if it's a 1 in 1 million chance, it does happen. And when you consider the volume of air traffic in the United States and the lack of frequency of fatal accidents, I can assure the American people that it is safe to fly, and the air traffic controllers we do have operating in those high-density areas are the best in the world. But we do need more of them, and I'm sure we're going to find ways to improve the system following this mishap.
Yet again, we are still awaiting the facts, and that will be coming forth by the NTSB. It's also been speculated that the pilots in the helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter, may have very well been suffering from fatigue. Is that something that typically happens?
Well, fatigue.
I can tell you that several years ago, there were a lot of incidents with fatigue in naval aviation. It was realizing that this was causing a lot of problems in training accidents. So fatigue is a very, very real factor, and they will look at that.
All right. Yet again, just such a tragic incident taking place on the Potomac River. A lot of folks asking why the Washington, D.C. area is challenging to fly in. Those of us who live here have done it many a times, particularly in the case of Ronald National Airport, Reagan National Airport, that is.
Absolutely. Wichita's my hometown. A very challenging time for my hometown. It's a very dense airspace. You have Dulles, you have Baltimore, Washington to the east, you have multiple military bases, you have Andrews, the president flies in and out of there. So you want the absolute best there. You want those systems running, you want redundancy. You don't want these things to go down. When they do, that means the air traffic has to stop, everything backs up, they have to stack up, they have to divert, and it just causes a huge chain reaction throughout the rest of the air traffic control system, throughout the entire country with air up. So are motivated, and there's a lot of reasoning to keep things working on a positive level. But whether or not there were enough controllers in the sky, whether or not the training of these pilots were correct, or perhaps if the commercial aircraft, the American jet, started its descent too early and also maybe wasn't reporting its position correctly, maybe they had a system issue or not. We don't know yet, but the black boxes are going to answer a lot of those questions.
Yeah. And can you speak to those black boxes? We obviously not one, but two black boxes recovered from the Potomac River. And it's also been speculated that perhaps a similar instrument was recovered from the Black Hawk helicopter as well. Is that the case?
It's entirely possible to explain the black boxes on the commercial aircraft are basically recording every single control input, engine status, fuel flow, where all the computers working, all of the built-in test equipment, all the error fault reporting are going to be on that black box. I'm not too familiar with what system they may have on the helicopter, but still, considering the fact that it didn't, it's not burst into flames when it crashed, they're going to be able to determine what the last control input was on the aircraft. They're going to know what the status of the aircraft engines were, or perhaps the blades of the helicopter, or the radio systems, or its navigation, or its radar, altitude, all of those things. They're going to be able to know all of that.
Let's talk about the actual recovery mission that's currently underway. We know that divers are battling mud, zero visibility, and painstakingly recovering that crash, that wreckage that now sits at the bottom of the Potomac River. Can you talk about how challenging that is as someone that specializes in recovery for those divers to be dealing with those conditions?
Oh, it is just a very challenging scenario when you consider the temperature. Those divers wouldn't be able to stay in the water for very long. But considering proximity to the shore, I'm sure they're probably switching out on a regular basis, bringing new divers in, sending the old divers out, trying to recover those bodies. As we've already recovered quite a few, I'm sure they're probably trying to maybe remove some debris or clear the path to recover the other bodies. The water is dark, it's churned. At night, when the accident actually happened, you wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face. Even with floodlights under the water and over the water, it would be a very, very challenging and dark environment. Just even though that water wasn't very deep whatsoever, you just can't imagine how challenging that would be, and let alone to survive in those incidents. We were hoping that maybe there was a bubble of air where some of these folks might have actually survived. We were hoping that perhaps someone might have been thrown clear. There were early reports that may have encouraged that, but unfortunately it wasn't. And I can see just by that video, I'm pretty sure that they probably didn't even know what was happening to them. It happened very, very quickly. So I doubt anyone really suffered, if that's any consolation.
Wow. Yet again, so tragic. We know that rain is actually playing a part in the recovery mission today as well. Can you talk about how that can perhaps impede on that recovery?
Well, it'll cause a shimmer on the surface. It could cause the silt on the floor of the river to maybe to move up a little bit. Of course, it makes it a little bit colder considering the air temperature. So with rain and wind, those first responders are going to be exposed to the elements. And we're all human beings, and we can only stay out in the cold for as long as we can. But there is a particular motivation and a particular drive that it's in you when you want to become a police officer or a fireman or an EMT, or quite frankly, you want to join the military. You have this innate desire to do your job. You have this innate desire to rescue and save lives. It's not something that can really be fully explained or put into words until you actually experience it or see it in action.
Mr. Kurdigan, obviously, with the loss of so many lives, 67, we know 14 bodies have still yet to be recovered thus far. It's fair that Americans, several Americans, a number, if you will, are now somewhat scared to fly, known as flight anxiety.
Yeah. I'm already
scared
afraid. I
to
want to
board
fly.
a commercial flight and take off and go from point A to point B. I would ask you, how does one deal with something like that when, yet again, this is playing over and over in the minds of so many Americans?
Well, to your point, this is big news. It makes for news that people want to see and want to watch because they're fascinated by it. And, not to be macabre, but it brings in ratings. But at the same time, folks have got to understand the last major accident that we had in this country was 16 years ago. We don't have fatal accidents like this, whereas we see thousands of people, tens of thousands of people dying on our roads all the time. Flying is safe. Flying is great. I have a flight coming up next month and another one in March. I have no plans on changing those flights. In fact, one of those flights is going into Reagan National Airport. I'm putting myself on an airplane and I'm going to land at that airport. Okay? So if you have flights concerns, have faith in your pilots and the air traffic controllers to do their job correctly. We're all humans. We all make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. Obviously, when lives are on the line, you want to cross your T's and dot your I's a little bit more. There's the idea that maybe 1 in 10 to the 9th flight hours, something is allowed to perhaps go wrong. That is an exceptionally tight requirement and constraint.
What did I say, 1 in 10? What?
Maybe 1 in 10 to the 9th flight hours, something is allowed to perhaps go wrong. That is an exceptionally tight requirement and constraint. Accidents will happen. They will happen all over the world in all manners of life. But I would encourage folks to keep flying. I'm going to keep flying. I'm not going to change my behavior.
All right, and so I'll end with this, and I'll pose the question yet again, and that is it safe to fly right now?
Absolutely safe to fly.
All right, very good. Yet again, Mr. Armin Kurdigan, U.S. Navy Captain, retired, joining us here right on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Truly appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thanks, Guy. Have a great weekend.
Well, as you heard me make mention, the question has been posed. Is it safe to fly?
Is it safe to fly? You guys fly? Is this press conference starting? 2:30, they said. You got 2 minutes. Mayor Bowser, where are you?
Does one want to fly, and what is it to fly? Joining us now happens to be a pilot. Yes, Mr. Dante Mills back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Dante, first of all, I did not know you happen to be a pilot.
Yes, I've been flying for a little over 3 years now. It started out as a hobby of mine, and now I use it for work when I travel for different cases and trials. And I understand the importance of it. And the first...
Oh, that's cool. So he's an attorney? And he's a pilot. I wonder if he flies small planes or, I guess not commercial, but he flies himself, I guess.
Thing that we're taught is to see and avoid. You make sure that there are no other planes, nothing else around you. That's the most important thing. So you see something like this and you're just curious as to how this could happen, because I'm a novice, right? Only a couple of years. These pilots were very experienced. One had over 1,000 flight hours, which is a lot of experience. So it's hard to understand how this happened.
Yeah, Dante, we're getting word that a similar incident took place the day before the collision. The pilot had to abort landing because of another military aircraft flying in its path. Yet again, this is a recurring issue, something that, well, Americans say this should not be happening.
I agree. And there's congestion there at that airport. I've flown in and out of that airport. But there's congestion at a lot of airports, so you can't blame it on that. We're used to, as pilots, knowing how to avoid that. And generally what you do is you get in line for a landing. Even if you have to circle around, there's a certain path that you take. But what's curious here is the height that these helicopters are flying at. And you talk about what happened the day before, where it was avoided because that helicopter came onto the screen and the flight that was coming in decided to go around and come back around for a landing and not risk a collision by landing that first time. It didn't happen on the day of that crash. In fact, the crash happened because the altitude of that helicopter, it was just flying too high. You don't know why, and I'm curious as to if they were working on some kind of stealth mission where they had maybe their instruments off. The lights on the helicopter you were very low. You could barely see it. So maybe that was the purpose of the training to night fly with no lights and no instruments.
It looks bright to me.
Stealth mode, and that made it difficult for anybody around to see and avoid what was happening. It's also of note that with the flight like that commercial flight coming in, they're in slow flight when you're coming into landing, and that's really difficult to do. That's the most important or most difficult part of flying is slow flight. When you're coming in for a landing, you have less control and less movement that you can make. So that commercial flight didn't have much opportunity to avoid it, even if they saw it kind of late. I do believe, and we'll look at the investigation, but that helicopter had the responsibility to make sure that it saw, it avoided, and it wasn't in the path of that commercial flight coming in.
Dante, according to the Aviation Union, they state, quote, the United States is the gold standard for aviation safety. Following this incident, is that really the case?
It's the case. And I will say this. Listen, I'm a lawyer. I do practice aviation law. I've sued airlines on behalf of passengers. I've represented some airlines in some cases, but flying is safe in the United States. And I say this all the time in my practice. It's safer to be on an airplane than it is in a car. These things don't happen often, which is why.
I don't know why that never brings me comfort. I know that's what they say, and it's a fact, I guess, right? They say it statistically and everything else, but that doesn't bring me no comfort when I'm on a plane.
Why this is getting so much attention. Now, we have to understand that people who are passengers on flights, you're afraid of this because you don't have any control when you're in the air. Mm-hmm. And also, if an accident happens, it can be catastrophic, as it is here. You see, there's no survivors. But it doesn't happen often. Most pilots, they have that basic understanding of see and avoid, and it works. And the FAA has regulations, and there's different devices. When I fly, not only do I have my...
So it's now 2:32. Still no mayor.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Sorry, you go.
It done audio checks multiple times.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7. Thank you. How you doing, Robert? Thank you.
No, it's going to end up back there. I'm just waiting. They're pulling it right out of this monitor, but unfortunately, they're routing this all the way around the press conference.
Still waiting. They said 2:30.
I heard it too, but I can't.
This block your shot if I was next to you right now.
There it is.
We have room for two.
Fine. Where are you going to go? Right now, I'm working with them on getting the presentation, so I'm not going to be seeing you here during the press conference.
Let's see what else. Oh, I was going to watch this. Oh, let me check something.
I'm working with them to get the signal for the presentation. So I'm just working with them real quick, and I'm going to report this stuff.
That's good.
All right, everybody, I'm here to give you a 2-minute warning and spellings.
2 minutes.
Quick. So it's going to be Chief John Donnelly, Sr. talking. It's JOHN Sr. And it's that's from the DC Fire and EMS. And then Terry Lyric, it's TERRYLIERCKE. He's the Vice President and Manager of Reagan National Airport. There will be remarks from both of them, and then we'll do a Q&A. During the Q&A, if you can please introduce yourself, your name, and your media outlet. We'll get started in about 2 minutes. Do which one? The first one is Chief John Donnelly, JOHNDONNELLY Sr. And Terry, TERRYLIERCKE. He's the Vice President and Manager of Reagan National Airport.
How do you pronounce that last name?
Lyric. Yeah. All right, we'll get started in about 1 minute.
1 minute, finally.
Right now, this is a recovery mission. Talk about some of the logistics. What is most important at this point?
Hi, Nicole. Thanks for having me this morning.
As we all know, this is a very delicate operation. There are a lot of moving pieces. It's changing very rapidly, but what you have on site are professionals. You've got dive teams, you have first responders, and you have forensics experts. And so there's incredible communication between them. It's like a very well-run protocol that they follow and procedures that they follow. At this point, we know they found the black boxes, so the divers are continuing the search for the bodies, which is very grim and very difficult. In the process of trying to retrieve...
Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back.
Welcome and thank you for being here. Joining me today, I'm John Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department, and I'm representing the Unified Command Team that is operating today. I'm joined today by Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah, Metropolitan Police Department Executive Chief, Assistant Chief Jeff Carroll, Clint Osborne, the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency Director for the District of Columbia, the Military District Washington, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, both the fire and police chiefs, the United States Coast Guard, the Maryland State Police, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and the Virginia State Police. And I'd like to thank all of them for being here as well. We are here at Reagan National Airport with our Unified Command Team, and we will provide an update on where recovery efforts stand. We'll also give more information about the cadence of updates from Unified Command going forward. I'm joined today by Terry Lyric from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority and the other members of the Unified Command Team. As we continue to learn more about the victims, we are sharing our prayers and condolences with the families of the loved ones and those who were lost in this tragedy. And I want to thank again our response teams for their heroic efforts over the past 30 or so hours, including the team on this site, as well as the teams that are supporting the families. This is heartbreaking work. The National Transportation Safety Board is leading the investigation into what happened, and they will be providing updates later this afternoon. We will not be talking about the investigation in this conference. So Terry Lyric from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority will now provide an update on airport operations, and then I will update you on the activities since our last briefing and the activities over the next operational period.
Thank you, Chief. Again, my name is Terry Lyric. I'm the Vice President and Airport Manager of Reagan National Airport. I just kind of wanted to give an update on where we stand. As we know, the airport is open and operating. We are in a reduced capacity and a reduced arrival rate due to the proximity of the recovery site. We do have 2 of our 3 runways that are closed. So as always, we do want to encourage passengers to reach out to their airlines for any potential flight delays. Typically, a full schedule here at National Airport would encompass about 800 flights a day using those 3 runways. We've had several, obviously, cancellations yesterday. Airlines are resuming as much as possible normal operations. I think we have about 100 flights or so canceled today. I do want to just recognize a lot of the airport teams who work behind the scenes, and we are here to support and coordinate with the ongoing recovery efforts, as well as working with NTSB in their investigation. With that, I'll just turn over my remarks to the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
So, overnight, our teams continued search operations and surface work, including side sonar scanning, shoreline searches, and aerial searches. Also, 2 Coast Guard cutters have arrived on station, and you may be able to see them out there on the water. Other efforts off-site included the NTSB, American and PAL Airlines, and district officials meeting with families at the Family Assistance Center and providing the support that they need to get through this horrible event. We've identified we have recovered 41 sets of remains and 28 of those victims have been positively identified. And as of 6 a.m. this morning, next of kin notifications have been made to 18 families. Going forward with our recovery operations, search teams will continue to work the site. We'll do side sonar scanning, searching the shoreline, and aerial operations. Our dive teams are working in targeted areas, and additional Coast Guard assets will arrive this afternoon. The salvage crews have begun to arrive on the scene, and they're assessing the work that's going to be needed to recover the aircraft from the water. We expect those operations to begin no later than tomorrow afternoon. The teams are also working the shoreline down the river, as we do expect some debris to be dragged by the current. And if members of the public believe they have information or have discovered potential wreckage, we're asking you not to touch it and to call 911, and we will send somebody out to get it. Supporting the response team. This has been a tough response for a lot of our people. We've had over 300 responders operating at one time, and I think we've got about 500 people that have walked through the site. So the Unified Command has activated peer support for its first responders to make sure that everybody has somebody that can help us get through this. And the outpouring of support, people like the World Central Kitchens Relief Team and many of the local restaurants, the restaurants here at the airport, have supported the people working, making sure they have food so they don't have to stop. And I want to thank the rest of the community for their outpouring of support and the messages that they have given to the firefighters, police officers, military officials, and everybody else that's working. If you want to help, the Greater Washington Community Foundation has a relief fund. You can donate at the link above. We also, be careful, avoid your fundraising scams, only trust verified sources, and ways you can help is to amplify that message using trusted sources on social media. Exercise patience through the transition as this impacts the region. Things like the delays at the airport, people are going to need your grace. I know we've got a lot of vehicles around. We've got some areas closed that are normally open to the public around the river, and we need your patience in that. Check in on your friends and neighbors, and if you're feeling anything about this event, please call the crisis hotline, talk to a medical professional, and you can use 988 on your phone. There's that last one. So with that, we're going to be able to take a few questions. I'm going to start over here.
Okay, let's do it. Q&A.
Across. 1, 2, 3. Yes, sir.
Hi, it's Campbell Roberts with the New York Times. Can you talk about the FAA's decision to restrict helicopter flights in and around National Airport?
So the question is, can anybody talk about the FAA's decision to restrict flights in and around National Airport? I don't believe we have any. So that's probably beyond the scope of this interview. You'll have the NTSB later, and that's something I might ask them. Yes, sir.
Skylar Hedder with CBS News. Given the time that has passed, can you describe the conditions right now as it relates to the recovery process and whether you all think that y'all will be able to recover more bodies?
Okay, the question was, given the time that has passed and the conditions outside, do we believe we're going to be able to recover more bodies? And there's a lot of challenges with that. So I'm going to answer that one. I'm going to say that, yes, we expect to recover all of the bodies. We have that's why our teams are still working. We're going to have to work with the salvage company to do some of that work. Yes, sir.
If I may ask a question on behalf of the Reagan National Airport. This is Alex Gabriello with News Nation. A lot of questions now circulating about the crowded airspace surrounding this airport. Also reports about other close calls, including 24 hours before the fatal accident. We've seen the FAA take the position of restricting the airspace, specifically Route 1 and 4 for choppers in this area. What is the airport's position about potentially toning down some of the air traffic around this airport, and should this have been done sooner, specifically the restrictions on the airspace for choppers on Route 1 and 4?
Yeah, sure. The question was regarding air traffic, helicopter routes up and down the Potomac, right? That is an FAA responsibility. The airspace is controlled by the FAA. The airport does not have any responsibility outside of the surfaces of the airport itself.
But most certainly, this has been conversations that you've had, and when it comes to safety for the airport, for the passengers that come in and out of D.C.
Absolutely. The FAA does regulate the airport, and we follow all FAA safety regulations. Again, all I can say is the FAA is responsible for the airspace.
And very briefly, a question for the chief. Sir, how long do you expect it to take for the salvage to be removed from the river to recover the bodies and do everything that's necessary to bring closure to these families?
So we're working as fast as we can. I'm not going to be able to give a timeline on that as there's a lot of unknowns. But we hope that we have we have more salvage equipment here tomorrow, and that operation can begin then. So next three questions. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Chief Perry Russin, ABC News. How is weather affecting recovery efforts? Rain today, rain forecast later. What are the elements inside the river? How has all of this affected recovery?
So the question is, how does the weather affect the recovery operation? In my view, it may slow it down slightly, but all the units out here, all of the people work year-round in all conditions. We're going to be careful. We're going to make sure we don't hurt anybody else, but the weather we've seen so far is weather we can work in. If that were to change, that would affect it, but we haven't seen that. I mean, one question at a time.
Chief, you talked earlier about access to the site and to gain access to that area. We don't think that ice was a real problem that day, but the John Glenn has been out of service for some time. Do you have an update on when that vessel can be put back in service?
The question is access to the site and the John Glenn is the fireboat for the District of Columbia. So what I referred to on access to the site is things like Gravelly Point being closed and that being lost as a local recreation area while we're working. There was some ice on the river. We made good access to the site with everybody else. The John Glenn, as has been reported, is one of the district's fireboats. It is not the primary asset for this type of operation, and so while it's in the shop, it didn't affect anything, and we hope to have it back by this summer.
Mr. Lyric, I have a follow-up question about the runway closures. Grady Trimble with Fox. So you said 2 of 3 are closed because of their proximity to the crash site. Can you explain why they remain closed?
Sure, absolutely. So the question is, why are 2 of the 3 runways here at National Airport closed? So if you're familiar with the runway configurations here, we have a main north-south runway, and we have 2 what we call crosswind runways. The 2 crosswind runways, if aircraft were to take off or land over the aircraft recovery site that is out there right now, those would be impactful to the operation. So we've elected to keep those runways closed.
And to follow up, how long do you expect that to remain the case? And are you saying that if there are still recovery teams in the Potomac, then there's no chance that these 2 runways are going to open? And how does that impact operations?
Sure. So the question is asking how long we anticipate those runways to be closed. That's a dynamic situation. We work with the FAA. I think what we've communicated is we anticipate, our expectation is a week. However, we'll reassess on Monday, and as the recovery efforts go, it's a fluid situation, obviously.
Okay, Paul, here, and there.
Chief, by talking salvage, can you confirm that you're not going to be able to recover the remaining bodies until you're able to get the fuselage off the floor of the river and onto a barge? And then my follow-up to that is, are you making an effort today to get into the helicopter and recover those 2 bodies?
So the question is, do we believe we have to lift the aircraft out of the water in order to finish and find the rest of the remains? And the second part of the question was, are we focused on the helicopter today? And the answer to the first question is yes. I believe for us to recover the rest of the remains that we are going to need to get the fuselage out of the water. The second part of the question is yes, a lot of our operations, not all of them, but a lot of our operations today are focused on the helicopter. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this question's from Stiller. I'm about to talk about BC. Can you confirm sufficient staffing moving forward in the tower? I don't know if that's in your scope or if that's...
It's not. So the question was regarding staffing in the air traffic control tower. That's outside my scope of responsibility.
It is? Aren't you running the shit? Aren't you in charge?
Talk a little bit about the
Who's in charge of it?
On your teams, specifically how many people still remain? I know on day one there were upwards of 300 mutual aid. They're still out there.
So, this is an incident where even if it doesn't affect you right now, it's probably going to affect you later. It'll be something that you think about. So, in emergency services across the board, we have support teams. The National Capital Region, all of the departments do. So they've been activated. The International Association of Firefighters regional peer support team has been activated to help support. And the incident management team, as they rotate responders through the scene, are making sure that there are opportunities for them to get the assistance they need. I'm going to ask the Virginia State Police to talk about the peer support he's doing a little bit.
I'm First Sergeant Blank with the State Police in Virginia. We are working with our partners. MWA is leading the support for the effort for peer support, but I'm here in support of that effort, and we have several regional partners that are contributing to that, including mental health professionals who are on site from ANOVA and from a nonprofit in the area that are providing support. The Virginia Law Enforcement Assistance Program is also planning to send support, and all of most of the public safety agencies in the region are providing personnel to assist with that effort.
Yes, ma'am.
Marielle Carbone with DC News Now. I know that this is an unpleasant question for you, Chief, but we've been hearing reports of people that live along the river potentially seeing partial openings coming up on shore that people are seeing. Is that anything you're hearing, or is that way keeping people away from some of these shore?
So we're not keeping anybody away from the shoreline for any of those reasons. If we've closed off an area like Gravelly Point here, it's because we have emergency access vehicles coming in and out, and we need the access to the river. We have received some 911 calls about either debris or remains. I don't know that we've actually found any remains. We've certainly picked up debris from those 911 calls. So we're going to do 3 more and go 1, 2, and 3 on the back. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chief. Jonathan Kersley from Channel 9 Australia. This is a question for Terry. Terry is Vice President and Manager of this airport. What concerns have you had specifically about the congested airspace, and have you ever raised those directly with the FAA?
So again, the United States airspace is the safest in the world. Safety is one of our top priorities, and we continue to ensure that the airport is safe for operations.
To follow up on that, it wasn't safe in this instance. There have been near misses here before. You would have been made aware of those as manager of this airport. Have you raised concerns with the FAA about the congested airspace around Washington's airport?
Yeah, I can say again, we work with the FAA, we're regulated by the FAA, we comply with all FAA safety regulations.
But that doesn't answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Chief Dave Shepardson from Reuters. Can you talk about how much debris has been removed to Hangar 7? And at some point, will that operation be transitioned to a private company, the NTSB? Will hire, or will you guys actually put all the debris in the hangar?
So that's an investigation question appropriate for NTSB this afternoon.
We'll take 2 more.
Yes, sir.
Tom Rasmussen, Channel 7. I had a question for Terry as well. As far as the airport took a position against adding extra long-distance flights out of here, and one of the concerns was there's just too much already going on. Do you maintain those concerns because they're supposed to start in the next few months? Are you concerned about safety as those extra flights start?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So the question was regarding the additional slots to DCA. As you know, the slots are federally controlled, federally mandated, and we have to follow federal regulations.
Are you still concerned about them? I mean, the airport's authority was concerned at the time.
Yes. Again, we have to follow the federal regulations on the slot.
Hi, Jim Spellman, CGTN. Here, one more question for you. You're talking about the FAA, Congress, federally mandated, et cetera. Where does the buck stop with this accident and ensuring that the next flight to take off from this runway is safe?
So again, the question is really directed to the FAA and Congress, I believe.
Yeah. One last question's right here.
You have 41 victims recovered. Are you confident in the location of the others? Where are they? Are you confident that you know where they are?
So I think we know where they are. We won't know until we're done. we're going to continue this search operation. But we've searched a large portion of this river, and we are right there. So, I didn't read. So the question, let me answer the question again. Or let me restate the question, sorry. The question was, are we confident we know where the other remains are? And that it couples with the question about removing the aircraft. I believe that when we remove the aircraft, that will help us resolve this number. If it doesn't, we will continue to search.
To be clear, that's the process. You take the salvage, the fuselage out. You're going to put it on just reiterate that process, what that looks like. Removing it, putting it on a barge, is that right?
So some of that isn't decided yet. We'll have to see what the salvage team is doing once they get all of their equipment here. So we may have more on that tomorrow, but so I don't know the exact process today. So thank you all for coming today. Hopefully we answered your questions. We are going to do this again tomorrow. I don't have the time yet, but we will push that out so we can provide the same type of update. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
All right. Se acabó. Okay. This is what we're gonna do now. Okay. So we're gonna do this next. I don't want to fix this up a little bit, but do this. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna do another live. I don't think it should take too long to do the live though, but we're gonna do another live. Give me 1 second. Okay. The presser to, I mean, I got up and I missed some of it, but it wasn't that informative to me. I mean, I think it was, I just thought for all those hours that it took and all the delay and stuff, I thought there'd be more to say. It seems really like the NTSB are the ones that are going to really be dropping information. I expected more. Okay, I'm going to set up the stream. Boom, boom, boom. I need 5 minutes. So I'm going to set up the stream. And I'm going to redirect people. Give me 1 second. So we're gonna do a new live. Who's signing what this afternoon? I don't know. He's signing a whole bunch this afternoon. Gonna be televised. You talking about Trump? The NTSB press conference is at 4 o'clock. We have an hour. So I'm going to touch on a different topic in the meantime. We have an hour. So I'm going to transfer you guys. Make sure the redirect set up. We're going to do a different, we're going to talk about the fires. The LA fires. There was a press conference and some updates and theories that have come out to the origins of the fire. I'm going to move you guys over. It starts in 5 minutes, okay? See you in 5. Bloop, bloop.